Welcome to the Lost Podcast with Jay and Jack. I'm Jay.
I'm Jack.
And today we're talking about Stranger in a Strange Land. So, Jack, what did you think of this episode?
Well, I didn't have time to think about it, really. I was busy mowing the lawn, which you were supposed to do.
Oh, well, I was busy helping Mom with her puzzle, which you were supposed to do.
Yeah, well, where is that intro theme song and bumper music?
Jack, it's not easy maintaining a semi-professional recording studio and researching topics for the Ramblecast.
Oh, yeah? What do you have so far?
I'm thinking Tide detergent versus Cheer.
With or without bleach?
Why do you have to make everything so difficult? Well, on this edition of the Lost Podcast, we'll look back at last week's episode, Flashes Before Your Eyes, and look ahead to next week's episode, Trisha Tanaka is Dead.
Hey, I got an idea. How about we actually discuss this week's episode? That might be a better use of our time.
Oh, speaking of time, it's time for listener feedback!
Woo! Yeah!
Okay, but first, Jack, why don't you tell us your crackpot theory of the week?
Isabel is Jack's mom. Thank you. Here's our first listener call-in.
Hi, guys. Hi, long-time listener, first-time caller. This is Clark from Minnesota. I would just like to bring forth the idea, that is to say, I think that it's really interesting,
All right, that was another great listener call-in.
Yeah, that was really great. Thanks, Clark. Thanks for calling in. That was a very interesting theory. I think you're right about that. Well, that's it for today's Lost Podcast. Tune in next week, and we'll take a look back to the pilot episode, and then we'll look ahead to the series finale, It Was All a Dream. Welcome to the Lost Lowdown, podcast number 21, with your hosts, Claude and Justin.
What's up, guys?
How's it going, guys? Today we are talking about Stranger in a Strange Land, which I thought was sort of boring, but what did you think, Justin?
I thought that it was kind of boring, but I thought there was a lot of little things in there. Flashback pretty much sucked. It was one of those weird transitional episodes, but I don't think it was too bad. I mean, I don't know. I guess I'd say it's average.
Yeah, they really sort of spoil us with those really action-packed episodes. I think we get sort of spoiled, and I wish it could be like that all the time, but
yeah.
There's only so many times Kate and Sawyer can not escape from the island, mini island, so before they have to be let go, no matter what you say, Kate, no matter what you say, you made a promise to Jack, whether or not it was verbal or written, you made a promise with your heart, and those can't be broken. You also made a promise to Sawyer. Or James, as you like to call him. Okay, sorry.
We're calling him James now.
Well, he's James when he's in trouble, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Exactly.
No, James, I don't want no food. Ain't you hungry? No, James, I ain't hungry. I don't know. How did she phrase that? It was really weird.
Yeah, that was weird.
It was like this, it was like this circular response. Like, she just took what he said and just put his name in it.
Yeah, you're right.
It was weird. It was nice. It was a nice comeback. But anyway, so let's dive right in to this episode, which, as we talked about in the last podcast, the preview for this episode said it was going to reveal 3 big mysteries. And unless the 3 big mysteries is, how does Jack like his sandwich, unless that's one of them, I think we're missing a couple mysteries.
That one did get resolved.
Yeah.
And he likes grilled cheese with toothpicks.
Yeah, he somehow he misses the toothpick, which I gotta tell you, Jack, don't eat the toothpick. Even if it's tasty, you're not supposed to eat it.
It's bad for...
It's not parsley. It's not a garnish.
And it's grilled cheese. It's, toothpicks are completely ridiculous, as we pointed out back in
Yeah, there's no need. Believe me, the cheese will hold it together without the toothpick.
That's the magic of grilled cheese.
Yeah, believe me. And if it's American cheese, it's it's like oil. It's like a petroleum product.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I think it is. So the first episode, I'm sorry, the first scene. Let's talk about the first episode. No. The first scene, we have...
it's funny you say that, or make that error. I just want to throw out there, I read an interview with Bai Ling, who plays Jack's, paramour in the flashback.
Mm-hmm.
And she said, "Yeah, I did 3 episodes," and everybody was like, "What? 3 episodes?"
Oh wow!
But I think she means 3 scenes, even though she did more than 3 scenes. But anyway, it seemed like she made the same kind of weird scene episode confusion.
So you're basically saying that I am a Thai woman.
Perhaps.
Oh, I don't even know. Is she even Thai?
No, she's Chinese.
Okay.
Chinese
Well, maybe that explains why his tattoos are in Chinese and not in Taiwanese. I don't know, is that the language?
No, Taiwanese is for Taiwan.
Oh yeah,
Thailand.
So is it just Thai again?
I think it's just Thai.
Yeah. Okay. You're right. Yeah, I guess that's something we should talk about. Why he was in Thailand, got these tattoos from a Thai woman, yet they were in Chinese.
Right.
I guess
been brought up many times. And also,
it's just
what they say is not what they say it says. And
oh, really? I was
we'll
warning about that. Okay, good. I was warning about that.
Yeah.
But maybe that's what they say, but maybe that's not what they mean.
Oh, okay.
and maybe that's not what they mean to say.
Mm-hmm. Ooh.
So we'll talk about that and more on the next Lost Lowdown.
Why don't people mean what they say?
Because they lie. People are liars.
They are, aren't they?
Yeah. People are like Ben.
Mm-hmm.
They'll lie to you. They'll tell you they'll let you off the island if you save their life. And then you save their life, and they don't even let you off.
Man, but he said... Okay,
we'll talk about that. Right after this episode... no, I'm kidding. Right after this scene, we'll talk about that later. So, the first thing we have, Kate and Sawyer, they're paddling towards the island again, which we should really give the island a name, because I'm tired of calling it the island. Let's call it something. Let's call it like
Bubba.
Bubba.
Give it a name?
Like Bubba. No, that's bad. How about Lost Hawaii? No, that's bad.
That's really clumsy sounding.
How about what can we name it? Dharmaland? No. I don't know. I guess we'll just call it the island.
Yeah, or the main island, if you want.
The main island.
Specific.
Yeah, I usually say main and mini. Or secondary. How about primary island and secondary island?
Okay.
Yeah, let's not do that. So anyway, they're paddling to the island, and Kate wants to go back for Jack, and Sawyer says no, blah blah blah. The same stuff we sort of saw from the previews, and then Carl, who I forgot he was in the boat, was like, he's like, oh no, yeah, if you go back, Ben will kill you, which is weird because I still don't know why Ben wants them dead.
And it doesn't even he was the one that ordered. I'm very confused.
Yeah. Well,
ugh.
Well, what was weird, and this is I put this note first actually because it's in the flash the sort of last time on Lost little intro when we see Juliet shooting Danny, and she basically had to shoot Danny in order to save Kate and Sawyer like Ben wanted.
Right.
I mean, and it's really weird that she's being tried for doing something that Ben told her to do. Now, maybe it's one of those laws where, even though, that was sort of what you needed to do, you're still in trouble because you did it or something.
Yeah, and, I was thinking the only thing that she could have done besides that is to maybe shoot him but not kill him.
Well, if she was a really good shot like he was, she could have just shot the gun out of his hand.
He was a damn good shot. Holy shit.
Yeah. I think he was a sniper in a former life. I don't know, a sharpshooter.
Yeah, so maybe, I don't know, maybe that's a problem. Maybe they just didn't want her to kill him and, don't kill him unless you have to, or if you have to, kill him. Or
well, do you think there was a specific reason she decided to kill him? Like maybe, I mean, besides the Kate and Sawyer thing, do you think that she thought maybe, after everything blows over, he might be really pissed about everything and still, like, maybe he would be, if he finds out that she wanted to kill Ben, he might be the most vocal one trying to get her, in trouble.
Yeah.
So maybe she was, like, put him out of his misery.
Maybe. I mean, he was kind of this loose cannon kind of guy this whole time, and it seemed like he wasn't going to be satisfied until he killed some Sawyer.
Yeah, he really wanted to kill some Sawyer.
So, it seemed like, killing him, or killing Sawyer seemed like the only options there.
Yeah.
To resolve that whole situation, and I don't think the show wanted to kill Sawyer, so...
Yeah, you can deal with how Danny... You need some Sawyer.
You really can. And with Colleen and Danny dead, that whole story dies.
Well, they can be together now.
Oh.
In Dharma Heaven.
Dharma Heaven, indeed.
Which is Seattle.
Right.
So, and then Carl says the quintessential line, God loves you as he loved Jacob.
Mm-hmm.
Which I sort of took as, a product of the brainwashing. It was just, minutes before that he was looking at that stuff. So he just sort of repeated it. I don't know if that really meant anything specific to them, but... I mean,
yeah, I didn't think so either. I think the writers might be bringing it up again just to sort of emphasize it a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
Because it flashed by pretty quick in the not in Portland. I guess that wasn't the previous episode, but having him say it again, gets it recorded that this was there. But I agree. I think he's just, incoherently mumbling stuff from his brainwashing.
Yeah, exactly.
It didn't seem relevant at all.
So,
but I think it might be at some point.
Yeah, no, I agree. We'll see. I can't wait to see what this whole Jacob thing's about.
Yeah, I can't even. Yeah, I can't wait either.
So the next scene, we have Jack in his cell, in the aquarium cell or whatever, and Tom comes in and he says, "We're moving you," and Jack thinks they're just gonna go put him to death, and he's like, "Well," Tom's like, "What kind of people do you think we are?" And Jack basically says, he sums it up. You can sum it up and say he basically says, "You're the kind of people that you have shown yourself to be, which is murderers and kidnappers." And
I love how he starts. Oh, I don't know, Tom.
Yeah. How about this? How about that for starters? Yeah. Oh, how about this too? Yeah,
you want a list? There's a lot of shit, man.
Yeah, there's a lot of shit.
Were there to, take Walt from his father and blow up the raft.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, come on, man. You really... that moral superiority is annoying, and it was really nice. It was really satisfying me for someone to finally call him out on it.
Yeah, I mean, they've tried to do that before, but then they always come back with the, we're not your enemy, or how Tom does it, Tom basically says this whole glass house thing, which I thought was a little cumbersome too. He's like, "Oh, I'm gonna walk over here. You see this thing? Yeah, Jack, you need some stones." Like, it's like it was really a cumbersome comeback, but
and it bothers me because I think there's some sort of fallacy there. Like what what the meaning of that whole what is it? If you're in a glass house, you shouldn't throw stones.
Someone who lives in a glass house shouldn't throw stones or something.
Yeah. That's fine, in general with life or whatever, but if you really think about it, no matter what Jack has done himself or whatever, that doesn't excuse what the others have done. That's like saying what we did isn't bad because you did bad stuff.
Exactly.
That's just a fallacy. It's not, that doesn't address the stuff you did at all. It's just like, well, you're bad too. Like, that's not. Yeah, it just bugs me because I don't think it's a proper response.
Yeah, I mean, I guess he's trying to say, how can you judge us when you've done bad stuff too? Which is an interesting point, but it still doesn't negate the fact that you guys have done this stuff.
And I haven't seen Jack do anything as bad
as
the stuff they've done.
No.
So, I think you can. There's not. It's not to me that I'll never buy that this is a relative thing. Like the others started it all. Everything that was done against them was retaliation.
Exactly.
And if they hadn't shown up and started kidnapping people, there wouldn't have been a problem. Like, yeah. I don't see the Losties attacking the other's camp if they just found it, I don't think they do that.
No, they definitely would. But, they need the drama, and I think the writers are trying hard, and I think we're getting close to understanding, now that we, some of the things we'll talk about with Cindy, we're getting closer to understanding, the ethos that the others have, what their sort of ethics are. Did I get some points for ethos?
I'm going to give you 9 points.
Whoa! Holy shit! I got 9 points.
Love that word.
Even
though I know it, I love it.
I almost didn't say it. I was just going to say something else, but I was like, I'll just say ethos.
You so rarely get a chance to use it. That's like, even though I knew the word, it's a word that you can't use very often. That's why. Yeah. And it made sense. So yeah, lots of.
Wow. Ladies and gentlemen, I just got 9 points. Wow, I don't know what to do with myself now. I guess I'll try to continue somehow. We're getting closer to understanding, what their ethics really are, what their basic belief system is, because obviously they don't think that some of these things that they're doing is wrong in quotes. So I think it's interesting, and I think we're getting closer to figuring out what's going on with that. And I wish, in this situation, Tom would have said, sort of actually something more along the lines of what Cindy said, where, it's not that simple. There's other things going on here, Jack, that you don't understand. Right. Not just, oh, you've done bad stuff too. How can you talk? I mean, because that's just a lame comeback. It doesn't change anything. So. Yeah,
like it's the kind of argument that works in real life situations because most people are sort of swayed by that. Oh, well, you're bad too. Who are you to talk? But it's just not like logically that doesn't address the issue of the bad things the others did.
Yeah, it's along the lines of like, what if we do this thing? Oh, what if we don't do this thing?
Yeah, it is very similar.
You're not answering my question, so I'm not going to answer yours. So, okay.
The classic argumentative technique of just contradiction.
Exactly. See this thing you said? I'll ask you that thing. The opposite of that thing. Mm-hmm. So, let's see. Another thing I want to ask about the whole glass house thing in terms of what Tom said. I was wondering, does that mean that they think Jack is really a bad person, or is he sort of representing every other person that's not another? Like, when he says you, Jack, in terms of being bad or inferring that Jack has done bad stuff, is he basically saying you in terms of everyone else that's not one of us? Like you all non-others.
Everyone else, or just, the plane crash survivors?
Maybe both, but I guess specifically the plane crash survivors. But I think maybe in general everyone else.
Because to me, I was thinking it was between the plane crash survivors and Jack specifically. I didn't think about them referring to everybody else, that's not another, like, in the world. Mm-hmm. And that, although they probably do have feelings of moral superiority towards everybody else. I
feel like they would. I mean, I think if they feel, morally superior than the plane crash victims, then it would lend itself to just about everyone who hasn't joined their bandwagon. Right. So yeah, you're probably right. But he may have. Yeah, it's not clear. The way he says it, it's Yeah. So the next scene, they take Jack out and they have him in cuffs and they're walking down the little corridor, and Juliet comes by and she gives a really sad hey. It was the saddest hey ever.
Yeah, it was sad.
And then we get a nice shot of the enigmatic the sheriff, who we'll come to know as Isabel. And then the next scene, we cut to the flashback in Thailand. Jack is on the beach. Everything's great. He buys a Coke from a little kid. You know, life is grand.
Yeah.
He even has a kite in his backpack. I mean, what more do you want from life?
He's gonna fly a kite on
He's gonna go fly a kite. You know, it's awesome. And so the first part of this whole thing about Thailand is, I'm assuming this takes place right after or very soon after he sort of breaks up with his wife. He gets that divorce.
Yeah.
Presumably.
It's odd though that they don't really address why he's there.
Oh, that's so they can have another flashback.
Yeah, I guess so. God. I just assumed there'd at least be some kind of explanation.
Well, I'm on the idea that I'm on the idea. That's a weird phrase. I like it though. I'm on the idea that that Jack's.
Stick with it.
Yeah, I like it. I'm gonna go with it. I like the idea. I mean, I'm on the idea that no, I'm changing it. That Jack's dad, Christian, is the one Sarah was having the affair with. Or, you know.
Really?
Yeah. I'm gonna go with that for a couple reasons in this episode. Or I guess one specific reason is when he brings up his dad later, he says, "I'm tired of talking about my dad." Which I feel like I can definitely see that I can see them giving us a flashback soon where it takes place after, you know, Jack and Sarah meet at the divorce attorney's office and before he gets to Thailand, and it's basically, you know, we basically find out who she has the, you know, affair with, and I think it's the dad. And you know, so when he says, "I'm tired of talking about my dad," it's specifically because he was involved in this affair that broke up my marriage that I just left, you know, America from. So that's where I think it's going.
I thought Tale from Two Cities was is Sarah having an affair with Jack's dad flashback. I feel like we've already got that, and the answer was no, because at the end, you know, you see her with this other random guy.
Yeah, but yeah, that's true. That's true. You do see her with him. Okay, well, I don't know. Maybe she's got two people. I don't know.
It would be odd to me if they had that whole episode, and then in another episode they reveal that they were sleeping. Like, that would just be really odd to me. That they had their chance to deal with that plot already, and they passed it up to do it later. I guess they could, though.
Yeah, I could see them doing that, and it's sort of like that guy at the end. Did they kiss?
I don't think so.
I feel like that guy could have just been a friend.
He could have. I don't think it was concrete, but it's at least, you know, there's another guy there who it could be.
And I think that could just be a red herring, though. I really do. I think it could be a red herring, and they're you know, because everyone's like, "Oh, well, we know who it was. It was this random guy," and then when we find out it's the dad, it's like, "Holy shit, what?" Just like that.
Okay, is that what we'll do? Yeah, no, I mean, I would believe it. I just it seemed to argue against it.
Yeah,
and it seems like that was the time to reveal it if they were going to.
Well, I just feel like, don't you think they need to, or they should at least, sort of want us to know what happened between that episode and this episode in terms of the flashback?
I agree. Yeah, I do.
Because I think there's room for something, you know, for some stuff to be there. Otherwise, the comment about he's tired of talking about his dad could just specifically be, you know, the whole thing with, you know, his turning in his dad.
Yeah.
Or it could be, you know, his dad, you know, because when we first get the flashback of Jack, one of his first flashbacks when he has to go find his dad, you know, it's the mom puts forth the idea that he's done this before, run off, whatever, and Jack always has to be the one to go get him. And we haven't seen him do that except for that one time,
right?
You know, in the early part of season 1. So maybe when he said he started talking about his dad, he had to go get his dad again from some drunken vendor from somewhere. So it's got to be one of those three, right? So.
Yeah, probably. I just, like, if they did another flashback where he's like, "I think my dad's sleeping with Sarah," like, it would just be, you know, beyond redundant.
Yeah. I mean, the dad did get that. I mean, it was that whole cell phone thing with the dad and Sarah, so they had that too.
Well, yeah. I mean, that whole episode was him suspecting them too.
Yeah.
You know, but then, you know, there was no there was no real resolution to it. But you did have this other guy at the end, and the dad calls her and says that he attacked her, and I'm left assuming that they have some kind of relationship, but they're not getting it on.
What other kind of relationship can a man and woman have? I don't know.
Oh.
So, the next little scene here, we have Jack trying to put together the kite, and of course, he's really inept. He can do, fine microsurgery on your spine, but putting together a kite is just beyond him. They do not teach you how to do that in medical school. Believe me. The skills do not transfer. And my question is, fine, we get the, Archera asks him, why don't you know how to fly a kite or put together a kite? And he says, well, we didn't do that when I was a kid. But I'm thinking, every kite I've ever bought came with instructions on how to put it together. Yeah. And I'm assuming Jack can read. I mean, I don't know. I'm just assuming.
Maybe since he's in Thailand, it's a Thai kite with instructions in Thai, and he couldn't read them.
And there's no pictures.
No pictures.
Okay, I don't buy that. But whatever. We'll go along with the writers and this idea that maybe he just saw the beautiful woman and he wanted to have her help him with the kite.
It's a pretty lame excuse to get them together. A very romantic comedy excuse to get them together.
Well, I kind of felt like there was this sort of deviousness to, because she's just she's just there on the beach building a sandcastle. I'm like, come on, really? By yourself, you're building a sandcastle on the beach. All right, and then you're right next to this handsome American doctor, whatever, Oops. Everybody, yeah, oops. So I don't know. I felt a little bit like it was sort of a setup that she was, looking for an excuse to sort of meet and talk to him and whatever.
I did too, but the way it worked out in the end, I don't believe that anymore.
Yeah.
It seemed that way. It was one of those. It could be. I guess if not a romantic comedy, it could be a thriller where she's psycho.
Yeah, exactly. Maybe she was trying to get money from him or something, or I don't know, but
some kind of other motive, and that's why she was there. And it seems like it could go either way.
Yeah.
They still try to make her mysterious, but I don't think she was, she had any kind of
ulterior motive
intentions. Yeah.
So the next scene is that they're flying the kite, and we get introduced to Ashura, and she goes, "You're not from around here," which is the most obvious statement that she in the whole episode. And so the next scene, we're back in the cage where Sawyer was, but now Jack is there, and the woman, the sheriff, comes in, Isabel, and we find out Juliet's in trouble. And oh wait,
I think you skipped over a scene or two.
Did I skip a scene? Because now I'm thinking we see Tom first.
Yeah,
right?
There's a scene with Tom and Jack in the cage, and there's a Kate Sawyer Carl scene, and there's a Jack and Juliet scene.
Oh, I'm thinking. Okay, sorry, I took my notes wrong.
All kinds of stuff before that.
No, I'm sorry. What I meant to say was Jack is in the cage. Tom comes over. He asked about the woman, and he says that's the sheriff. Sorry.
Oh, okay.
She's not there. He just asked about her. He
Right.
said that's the sheriff. Juliet's in trouble, and then he denotes that he knows that the camera is there. And Tom's like, "Oh, that's right. I forgot it. Ben told me that you were in the observatory room." It was the most duh. Come on, you knew that. Don't pretend like you forgot. Come on. I don't know if that was bad acting or what. I just didn't buy that. He was like, "Oh yeah, I totally forgot. Ben told me that." Yeah.
I think I don't like the line. I think the delivery is okay, but it's a weird thing to say.
It's just a weird thing to say. I mean, whatever.
Yeah.
And
I think we're supposed to believe that he really did just remember that.
Yeah, I mean, I guess there's a lot going on. Maybe he,
Yeah, I think that's supposed to be the intent, but it's just a weird, It came off bad. It seemed like unnecessary exposition.
Yeah, it was sort of unnecessary. I think they were really what they were doing was setting up when Alex comes and knocks out the camera.
Yeah,
they wanted us to know that the camera was there, where it was. So when Alex comes and knocks it out, we sort of obviously know what's going on. Even though I feel like we would have known anyway, but, I love that line when Tom is like, "Hey, let me ask you something. You know, you risk your neck to cut them loose, and they run away and don't ever look back. Thanks for the sandwich." I love that. Oh man, thanks for the sandwich. Like, shut the fuck up, Tom. I'm eating my sandwich, okay? I don't want to talk about that. Even though it's not grilled, thank you.
If we're going to talk about anything that's not this delicious sandwich, I don't want to talk to you.
Exactly. If you don't want to talk about the wonders of cheese and bread, please leave me alone. Please.
That's Jack. He just cuts people off, and
yeah,
it's his style.
You know, it's really a thing that he's done of late. This whole like really intense. I mean, he's been on edge probably like what, the last 2 weeks, 3 weeks or something.
Yeah, since the beginning of the season.
Yeah, and I mean it's like even more on edge than being stranded on an island, you know. But like, yeah, so he's pretty jumpy and jittery these days, which I like because you don't know what he's gonna do. You know.
Yeah, he's wildcard Jack.
Hand me that towel. Hand me the towel.
Just do it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Kate, tell me the story. Tell me the story.
Oh God.
Crazy
yeah.
Jack.
He didn't get the chance to do that as much when he was, back home at his nice place where everybody likes Jack, sort of, and
yeah.
Man,
it's gonna be weird when everything is said and done, And I'll say this and then I'll make an addendum. It's gonna be weird when like Jack, Kate, and Sawyer are all back in the camp, where everybody else is, and because it hasn't been like that for a long time. But then I really think by the time they all get back there, things are gonna be radically different in terms of their relationship with the others. And I think once they get back, the show is going to sort of be in a new direction.
I agree, yeah.
So
this whole thing is the catalyst for the, learning more about the others and getting them, tied into the others more, There's been this, like, status quo for a while. And,
yeah.
This is sort of forcing them to, have conflict.
Yeah.
So, I agree. I think after the season's over, they'll probably move on to something else.
Hopefully. So the next scene we have Kate and Sawyer bickering about what to do. They're in the little raft and they're almost to shore, and Sawyer wants to go to shore and make camp because it's getting dark, and Kate wants to keep boating around and try to make it to the main camp. But he sort of takes charge. And I love when he says, well, if you really want to help, you can make the fire and I'll carry Carl. And I'm like, well, okay, Sawyer, let's think about that statement. Because if anyone was going to carry Carl, it was going to have to be you anyway. So what kind of deal is that? And carrying Carl is going to take like 3 seconds. And Kate making a fire from scratch with no matches is going to take a lot longer. Like, he's getting the better end of the deal.
Mm-hmm.
He's going to do something that's easy that he would have to done anyway.
Mm-hmm.
So I think he just played a little quick mind game on Kate and tricked her into doing the hard work. And I think it's funny because she looks at him really hard and really long, and I think she sort of realizes like that's not a good deal. But then she's really partially, pissed that he's ordering her around,
right?
Which comes up later. And so, blah blah blah. The next scene, Kate, Sawyer, and Carl are Scollier, as I like to call them.
Oh no!
Kate, Carl, and Sawyer. Scollier.
Scarlier. Oh god.
Yeah, Scollier.
Lovely word to say.
Yeah, Skarlyer. Thank you. They're at the camp.
Scarlier. Oh man.
They're at the camp, and Kate doesn't want to eat, and she calls him James. No, thanks, James. Like it's that thing you do when when somebody's in trouble or something, and you don't like them. You call them by their name, and
right.
But now she's
it's
using
even
his real
worse
name
here because he doesn't go by James.
Yeah, exactly. And then I love it when Carl. What does Carl say?
You shouldn't fight.
Oh, you shouldn't fight. He's like, when the hell did you wake up? I just love that line. What the hell are you doing alive? What the fuck? What are you doing? Oh man, Sawyer has some good lines. He's not that great in this episode. I thought he was trying too hard, like with his lines. A lot of them in this episode, like his quips, you know.
Mm-hmm.
But I like that one. That was I was like, when did you wake up? What are you doing? Why are you talking? And then Kate starts to ask Carl all the questions about the others, and we find out they only work on the mini island, and they live on the main island, and that they give the people and the kids they took a better life, and better as in better than the other Losties have. So
Right.
I thought that was interesting.
Yeah, so all right. First of all, they work on projects. I want to note that.
Yeah, we work on projects.
That's kind of weird. I can't I really don't know what they're doing. Anyway.
Well, I think definitely one of the projects was whatever they were digging and building and clearing land for.
Yeah, I guess so. We ever gonna find out about that? I forgot about that, man. It's
that went the way of Echo's church.
Oh. Oh, poor Echo's church. That was a waste of time.
Yeah.
Oh, man, he's going to build a tank and go take down the others.
He's going to build a time machine.
Okay. I'm curious about what sort of projects, which they are too, but also this whole thing about giving the kids a better life, better than yours.
Yeah.
Is that the only reason they take the kids?
I think that might be the big one, the main one. I mean, my first question was, is living the way they do really that bad? I mean, when the Hack was around, things were pretty nice. They could take a shower, they could wash their clothes.
Yeah.
They were eating regularly. Jen's always catching fish. There's plenty of fruit. Like, it's really not that bad, considering.
Yeah.
And I mean, obviously, living in a house or whatever would be better, but it's like it's not like they were starving to death and stuff like that.
As far as stranded on a quote unquote deserted island, it was pretty good.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
I'd say. In the first season they had a few problems, sure.
Yeah.
But I think those were all sorted out, and the others were aware that they had to hatch and all that stuff.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the last time I was stranded on a deserted island, like, it was a lot rougher than these guys have it. So.
Oh, yeah.
So,
okay. Oh. So the only reason they take the kids is to give them a better life. Okay. So if that's the case, question number, this is like a nested sequence of questions.
Great.
If that's true, then do only the kids deserve a better life? Or what about the adults they take? What's the criteria for who deserves a better life?
The good people.
The good people, of course, right? Okay, so they took the good people, all right, to get a better life. All right. Simple as that. So everybody that they haven't taken is not good? I mean, that just seems crazy. They didn't take that many people.
They didn't. Now, obviously there's more to it than that, but I mean, it's one of those things where there's to me it's getting to the point where it's all about what the writers really, I mean, obviously it's always about what the writers want, but I mean, like, it's going to come down to what specifically they want. I don't think it's going to necessarily be a logical answer. I guess that's what I'm trying to say. It's going to be whatever they think the others are about is what it's going to be, and it might not be a real logical answer, because I mean, they can't really take that many people. I mean, there was like 40-something people that survived, and I mean, if realistically half of them were good, I mean, they really weren't going to take that many people.
Right.
Like, it would have been sort of ridiculous to take that many. So I don't think this answer is going to be really logical. It's just going to be sort of whatever the ethos of the others is, whatever, according to that. So,
but it makes me wonder. Okay, maybe their life is better than life on the beach. It certainly looks more similar to what they're used to. But then, if they have access to the outside world, why not send the good people home?
Oh.
Especially like the kids who are flying alone. Like, don't you think them with their parents would be a better life than with you people? I mean, isn't that
no?
Weird?
Their parents drink.
What?
Their parents drink.
Oh, their parents drink. I see.
They're
Okay.
drunkards.
They're
I don't
drunk-
know. I don't know the answer to that. You're right. It would, but I think that's the thing. Like, how would you realistically do that? Like, okay, you have these kids. First of all, like, they might not even know where their parents are, but I guess they could nevertheless take them.
LA.
You know, well, I mean, yeah, obviously LA, but still, like, okay, you take them. You take them to Australia, wherever the closest inhabited place is. And then what do? You just give them to the police and say, "Hey, here's some kids," and make sure they get home to their parents in L.A. I mean, then you would have to do some explaining on like how you got these kids, where are you from? You know,
You just sneak up and leave them there and then leave.
You just leave them there and leave and hope that they. No, I don't see them doing that. I think there's more going on than just the better life thing. I don't think Carl knows everything that's going on.
I agree. He doesn't seem like he's
privy
in the inner circle.
Yeah, he's not privy to what's really going on. I think he has somewhat of an idea. But I mean, they obviously tested Walt with gave him these tests, which I would presume they did to other people, or maybe specifically the other kids.
Right.
But I think there's a little bit more going on than just the better life thing. But I think in general, the others think they have a better life and they want to give a better life specifically to the kids. And I don't know about the other people.
But it doesn't extend to returning them to their home.
Yeah, exactly. And maybe that's too difficult. I don't know. Maybe I don't know. Maybe they have access to the outside world, but it's not very easy to get access or something. Like it's an ordeal. Because I don't want it to be easy either. I think it'd be weird if getting off the island is just really easy. Like, I don't know. This seems weird.
Well, that's what I keep thinking. As soon as they brought that up, I felt like, man, getting off the island is just like an episode or two away here.
Yeah. No. Because I feel like if that were true, I mean, and I think at some point, now that, at the end of the episode, we saw that they had this big ship. And, I think, Jack, Kate, and Sawyer were all on the dock when Ben told Michael how to leave, right? The coordinates.
Yeah.
So presumably, they could stage some sort of, attack and try to steal that boat and get everybody off and head for those coordinates.
Yeah.
And you could end the series this season.
What was the deal with the others? Oh, I don't know. They so crazy.
I don't know, but we're back in LA now, so who cares? Yeah, that's weird.
The end.
And then Hurley's like, "Hey, I got a lot of money. Who wants beer?"
I do.
It's all on me.
Woo!
Hey, Charlie, I'll finance your next record.
Oh, thanks, mate.
Thanks, mate. Hey, Liam, look, I don't need you anyway. I've got a real friend. He's like a brother to me. All right.
Oh, man.
So I was thinking this about Carl. He claims he had a backyard, and he and Alex would sit and name the constellation.
Yes, oh dear.
Yeah, so they're so star-crossed lovers.
Mm-hmm.
I'm thinking
they really are.
Literally. The stars crossed them, literally.
Mm-hmm.
I'm thinking that if he had a backyard, I feel like, since he's sort of under 18, looking at least, I feel like that means he should have some parents. Like it was sort of his parents' house in their backyard, and like, where is his parents? Where's his guardians? Like, what is his deal in terms of that?
Yeah.
And why? And if he does have parents or guardians, where are they, and what do they think about the fact that Ben is doing this to Carl and presumably wants him dead?
Right.
Right. So I don't know.
Maybe they don't have any power over it.
Ooh, I just came up with a crazy theory.
Oh man. Here we go.
What if, and it's really crazy.
How crackpot is this?
On a scale of 1 to 10, this is like 8.
Okay. Wow.
10
I'm
is
gonna say
like,
Brzezinski pregnant is a 10.
Brzezinski pregnant is a 10. Yeah, that's definitely a 10. This is an 8. What if 8 or 9? What if Carl is Ben's real son, and Ben knows that, but Carl doesn't know that Ben is his dad, and that's why Ben doesn't want them together. Well, see, Juliet. I mean, Alex isn't his real daughter, though.
Yeah.
Yeah, that doesn't work. I was thinking that was his real daughter, and so he didn't want them together because they're brothers and sisters.
Like, if they were raised together, it'd be weird.
Yeah.
It'd be like Shannon and Boone.
Well, I feel like to a certain degree they would need to be raised together, right? I mean, it's a small community. They definitely should have known each other growing up.
No, but I mean
What do you
raised
mean, like,
together like
specifically?
in the same house.
Yeah.
You know, because you can know someone, you know, and see them a lot, but, you know, it's different when you live with them.
Yeah.
You know, if they live together, I could see, like, okay, this is weird. But besides that, you know, I can't imagine Ben having kids.
Why not?
It's just too weird to me. He doesn't
The
seem like...
Lord said procreate.
Okay.
Like he told to Jacob.
Oh, man. Okay.
I don't know. I was just wondering about, trying to piece together why Ben is against Carl being with Alex, and then who is Carl's parents. So
there is a question about how Carl got there. You know, if he's a native, or if he was taken there maybe by parents or something, or you know how he ended up there. But you know, Juliet's only been there 3 years, and she had her own house.
Yeah.
So you know, not that I think he would have his own house, but he could have just been. I don't know. I don't really know. I don't know what to make of Carl. The whole situation's very weird to me.
It's very strange. It's a very strange situation.
I'm gonna kill you because you want to, like, I don't know. Whatever, Ben.
I'm assuming Carl could be 18, but I'm assuming he's like 16 or 17.
He's supposed to be, yeah. I mean, well,
They never
Alex is
said,
supposed
right?
to be 16.
Yeah.
So he shouldn't be too far. I mean, he looks fairly young for TV.
Yeah, no, he looks like he's probably like 25, so,
Yeah.
playing a 16-year-old, which is
TV,
pretty good.
16, 17, yeah.
Yeah. That's always how it works. If they wanted him,
I agree. I think he's probably about that age.
Yeah. So he could have his own house, but I don't know. I just got this idea that he would be at someone else's house.
It doesn't seem like he would, though. He seems too little.
He seems too not very. He seems too naive and young to be on his own.
Now I could see him like maybe living in a house, not necessarily with his parents, but living alone seems preposterous.
Yeah, and I mean, I think to a certain degree, I mean, there's got to be people who take care of the kids that they take. And maybe he lives with and maybe he lives in some sort of group home type thing, and he's obviously probably one of the oldest, but but when he says my backyard, it's not necessarily his house, but anyway,
I guess it's possible that he was taken too.
Taken from whom?
I don't know, but since Alex was, and she's about the same age, I guess that'd be weird. They shouldn't have been taken from the same group.
Yeah, I feel like he was born on the island because of that comment later on about not knowing what the Brady Bunch is.
About that,
do you want to talk about that now?
Yeah, it's a quick thing.
Okay.
So I agree. That's exactly how I took that, and then I would go read the forums, and they mess with my head because they remind me, wait a minute, in the season premiere they were reading Carrie, and then there was that episode Every Man for Himself where they made reference to Pulp Fiction when they were about to stick him with the needle. So and then Ben shows him the thing in the World Series and tells him about world events. Like, they have an awareness of pop culture. It's not insane to think that they would know about the Brady Bunch.
I don't think it's insane, but I think specifically that he says, "What is that?" It's saying he doesn't know. He doesn't know what that is, and I think they have limited. People growing up on that island have limited access to, to the outside world in terms of the media and stuff that they're able to consume. And I think watching and being familiar with an old '70s TV show was sort of on the second or third level of what they would be exposed to.
It's possible. I mean, if they can.
Oh, it's definitely possible. I mean, but that's the thing. In order for them to do that, they would have specifically what do you think they have? Like, Nickelodeon or something, like, TV Land. I mean, that's the only way to really see Brady Bunch these days, or in the last couple years.
Well, they could have ordered DVDs.
I don't see them ordering Brady Bunch DVDs. I'm sorry. I think there's more going on than that, than to order Brady Bunch DVDs.
I mean, they have a bunch of copies of Carrie. I don't see why they can't order
but
DVDs.
I feel like Carrie is different because it's a specific different type of work of art that's meaningful, and like, it's a book that they can talk about. It's not just like something frivolous to like go watch, and I feel like whose idea was it see that, and that's the thing too, was Juliet's idea, right? To read Carrie.
For that book, yeah.
Yeah.
But I mean, they did have a book club.
Yeah, so I feel like, and I feel like Juliet, coming from the outside world sort of is the reason that they would read something like that.
Yeah, but they have the ability to get it. And also the Pulp Fiction thing. Like, how do you explain them seeing Pulp Fiction?
What do you mean, what Pulp Fiction thing?
When they made reference to Pulp Fiction in the Every Man for Himself episode, when they're about to stab Sawyer with a needle.
What do they say about Pulp Fiction? I don't remember.
They didn't say Pulp Fiction, but they said you got to do it like the movie.
Oh, well, yeah. I think. I mean, there's a lot of reasons that could be. I mean, it depends on those people. They could have recently come to the island too. So I don't know. But but that's the thing. I feel like.
But then there's the question of how many of the others are, old school others, and how many are like recent.
Yeah, and I feel like Carl is really young, and I mean, first of all, I think anyone Carl's age right now would still have a very limited knowledge of what the Brady Bunch is. I mean, you might be able to say Brady Bunch, and like, they might know that was a TV show, but they don't necessarily have ever seen it.
Yeah.
So, and I think the fact that he is on this island, he's even more removed from that. If he said like, The Simpsons or something, I would be like, okay, well, you should not only know that because someone your age really knows that, in America or something, but it's a big pop culture thing. But Brady Bunch is just obscure. That's the thing. I'm glad they said that because it's just obscure enough. Or I should say, just old enough to where he might not have gotten exposed to that, but it's still popular enough to where everyone sort of knows it. So it's right on that line, So I'm gonna take it. I feel like Carlton and Damon are gonna get asked that question, and I feel like I could see them saying, "No, you're supposed to take it as he's never seen the Brady Bunch."
Oh boy,
it could be a red herring. It could be a red herring, but and the other thing about this that I wanted to mention was, he says they make up name for the constellations, and I'm like, how hard is it to get a book on what the constellations are called?
Yeah.
And I feel like, and it was also even weirder because he calls it, Ursa Theodorus or whatever. And I'm like, if you're going to make up names for a constellation, that's very close to Ursa Major, Ursa Minor. Mm-hmm. And I'm like, why would you give this sort of pseudo-Latin name to this constellation when if you're going to make it up, just call it the teddy bear? Just call it the lion's head, or just call it whatever you want to call it. Mm-hmm. Why did he do this faux, real name for a constellation? I thought that was really weird. Did that stick out to you at all?
Yes, I agree. That was weird. It sounds better.
Yeah, it definitely sounds
there's
nice.
A teddy bear constellation. That just sounds crappy. But why would you use that naming scheme unless you knew how those things were named in the first place?
Exactly.
I don't see someone like that coming up with Latin out of nowhere. But I guess I want to say, they had a clip of the World Series. How hard is it for that? I mean, they have some amount of access to forms of entertainment, and it's not out of the. It just seems odd since it's not out of the realm of possibility that he could see the Brady Bunch to make a point of that. I don't know.
Well, yeah, I think that's the reason they made the point, was that even though it's a possibility that he could know what it was, he doesn't. I think that's sort of the point. Which means that he sort of. And I think the whole clip of the World Series, I think they specifically got that to prove to Jack. I don't think anyone on the island is sitting there watching and following sports. I feel like they have access to things.
But they got it, is my point.
Yeah, they got it. They got it specifically for it. But that's the thing, unless somebody specifically wants to get the Brady Bunch, they're not just going to be generally exposed to the Brady Bunch. I don't feel like the others have TV time where the kids get to go watch Nickelodeon or something, and I feel like there's other stuff going on, and that's why the book club thing is different, because that's sort of more intellectual, more artistic, to sit around and discuss this book, this, work of art. I feel like that's realistic, but to have access to, like, novelty TV shows, I mean, they have access, but to actually use that access consistently, I don't think they do. That's just my take.
Yeah. I guess I'm just saying they could, like it wouldn't shock me if one of the newer people enjoyed the Brady Bunch when they were younger and thought, like, hey, the kids will like this, get the Brady Bunch and show, like, I don't feel like that's insane, to me that doesn't seem that unlikely. Like, if they're getting Pulp Fiction, or they're getting whatever books that they want, clips of games and stuff, it just seems like if someone there knows about it, they could request it.
Yeah.
Yeah. But I know what you mean. And I guess I agree. I think we're supposed to take it that way, because that's how I took it when I first watched it. And as per my New Year's resolution, I'm going to stick with my instinct on that.
Yeah, and I think the Pulp Fiction thing is weird too, because I think the writers were trying to make a point about this is a take on Pulp Fiction.
I know, that's the problem. It's one of those things, and this episode has this other part that we'll get into later, where I feel like the writers, they had this thing they want to do, and by doing that, they create this other problem.
Yeah.
And I think it might be like that. They wanted to acknowledge, well, we're pretty much doing the scene from Pulp Fiction, but then, not thinking about the ramifications of what that might mean.
Yeah, exactly. And I think for them, it's like, well, if we imply that they've seen Pulp Fiction, no big deal. Like, I feel like they're like, okay, whatever. The point is, we want it's cool. It'd be cool to do this homage to Pulp Fiction, and just so people understand it, let's make them say, do it like the movie. Because I think most people would. I mean, I saw what was going on before he said that. I think most people got it, but they have to do this sort of fail-safe where they make sure, the large majority of the people understand what's going on, so they have that line. But
well, and when you do that, it can't be plagiarism or whatever. Anyway.
Yeah, exactly.
It's homage because you specifically reference it.
Yeah.
So just for those who, whatever, might accuse them of ripping it off.
Until I see them casually watching TV, I'm gonna assume they don't do that. They don't just sort of sit around and watch TV and surf the internet and, like, do all that kind of stuff.
The internet, is problematic.
I like to think they have access to the outside world, but they're a closed off society. They presumably don't want people knowing where they are and what they're doing. So I feel like they're going to make great steps to be careful about getting stuff sent to them or however they get it delivered. So I think it's harder to get stuff than it's just like, oh, let's just order from Amazon.com. I think it's a little bit of an effort to get stuff to come to the island. And I think specifically, they got the World Series thing to prove to Jack without a doubt, what's going on. But I don't think it was just like, let's turn on the TV and record, because it was on a tape. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
They're definitely not getting, airwave signals, TV signals on that island.
Yeah. I probably not.
I mean, especially with the magnetic force and stuff, I feel like that would interfere. I mean, they're not even getting radio waves, which AM waves will travel a lot further than TV waves. They're not even getting. I mean, they got that like one time, that one signal, but they're barely getting that. So I don't think they're getting TV signals, and I don't think they have cable.
I would throw out satellite as the only possibility.
Well, but then how are they getting satellite, though? I mean, they're paying a satellite company to provide them with satellite? Like, how do you do that? You have to give them the coordinates of your island, which you don't want people to know. I'm
just saying, like, because of the nature of satellite, it's possible, in theory, for them to have satellite. The way it works. They could have a little satellite thing and point it to a satellite in space, and they could get the
But
signal.
you have to
just
be able
theoretically,
to...
like, putting aside practical concerns.
Well, it's not that simple either, though. You still have to have the technology to decode the signal, so because anyone can't just take a satellite dish and point it at a direct TV satellite. You got to have the hardware to be able to.
No, well, again, practical concerns. It's theoretically it could be done. There's there's no assuming they can get the necessary equipment, it could happen. It's not as crazy as running cable.
Yeah.
There.
Okay, well,
and so I guess I feel like if they want the other stab TV, they can have TV via satellite. But I don't necessarily think they do. They don't seem like the TV watching types to me.
Yeah, they really don't.
From what we've seen them do so far, it doesn't seem like I don't know. They seem like they're always working.
They're working on projects.
Seem to have a lot of fun. Then again, this episode suggests that they don't really like being there and blah, blah, blah. But, anyway.
Yeah. Well, let's go to the next scene.
Right.
The next scene, sorry. We have Juliet. She comes to visit Jack in his sad little cage. And she brings Polaroids of Ben's stitches, and they're sort of obviously infected, and she wants Jack to come help him and fix the stitches and get him back to health, and And my first question is, why does she think she's entitled to ask him for a favor?
Maybe because she helped his friends get away.
Well, she did that for herself.
Well,
I mean, at the end of the day, she did shoot Pickett, so maybe that's a little bit more why she's entitled. But I mean, generally speaking, she helped them escape because Ben told her to.
Yeah, but she's Juliet. She gets what she wants.
The 1/4 pucker can get you anything you want. Once you perfect it, man, tell you. I got 20% off my groceries the other day with the 1/4 pucker.
Wow.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
Wow, it's diminishing returns though. Like a half pucker, you probably wouldn't get as much.
Half pucker, they're like, "What are you doing?" Because a half pucker is too overt. I mean, it's like 1/4 pucker. They don't know what you're doing, but they know they like it.
Right.
So it's just very beguiling. The 1/4 pucker.
That's perfect.
Because you're like, something's different about you, and I want to give you 20% off your groceries. I don't know. She's on to something. That's all I know. She's on to something.
I agree.
I think that's her gift. That's her gift.
Oh dear.
Okay. So blah blah blah. There's no real answer to why she thinks she's entitled. I don't.
This seems odd to me.
Yeah.
I don't really understand. In light of what happens later, I don't understand what brings this scene about.
Well, I asked myself, why is she doing this? Why is she trying to help Ben? And I think it's because she's in trouble. She's trying to lessen her sentence. She knows she killed Pickett, which is, probably the worst thing you can do in their society. And she's trying to do something good because she already tried to get Ben killed. So now she's like, okay, well, let me try to make sure he'll be better and he'll maybe look more favorably upon me for that.
So you think she's just doing this independently, not that they asked her to do this as some measure to reduce her punishment or something?
Yeah, no, I think she probably said, hey, you know what, I think Ben or somebody had Juliet come to do a sort of a post-op update or whatever, and she saw the stitches, and she took it, and she says, "You know what? I'll get Jack to come help you." And he's like, "Oh, Jack won't do it." And she's like, "No, I'll get him. Let me go convince him to do this for you." Blah blah blah. And I think that's what happened. And she took the Polaroid, which I thought was interesting. She had a Polaroid camera, and because otherwise, where do they get film developed?
Right.
I guess they could do it themselves. It's not that hard if you know what you're doing.
They could, but it would be a pain in the ass just for that.
I guess you could get a digital camera. I mean, but
these days, yeah, that would be the thing.
Yeah.
Their technology seems a little behind, though. I was just thinking about all those tapes were all VHS.
Yeah. Well, they're living in, 2004, man.
Oh, okay.
That was all VHS.
That was before.
DVDs didn't come out to 2005, man.
Oh, okay. I guess I forget.
Yeah, dude.
How long ago this is.
Yeah, this is a long time ago, dude. I think she's just doing it because she's in trouble, and she sees that she doesn't have many options. She can either do nothing, and her situation will be just as bad as it is, or she can try to do something quote-unquote good, and maybe things will be better for her. So it's a very selfish reason. And at first I was pissed at Jack because he sort of he should help her, or that she thinks she's entitled to help. And then at the end, of course, he says, "No, I'm not going to help him. I'm not going to help you."
Mm-hmm.
And I love how Juliet kind of looks at him and walks away. And I know she's thinking, "Oh, yes, you are, Jack. I know you. You're going to help him." Like, she's thinking that because that's her. Every time Jack says he's not going to do something, she's always like, "Yes, you will. I know you." And she's done that every time except for this time. And I think this time she's just thinking it because it comes true.
It does. It does. She's right. And I want to point out she gets to throw it, and it's complicated.
It's complicated. Man. Every time I hear that, and I hear that on other TV shows too, and I'm just like, it's complicated. Like, I feel like Sun started that, but it's everywhere. I feel like she started that. It's complicated.
Her go-to response.
Like nobody was saying that before Sun said it. Before everything was simple, but then Sun got pregnant, and now it's complicated.
Wasn't nothing complicated before Sun?
I don't know. Sun's pregnancy is like Pandora's box or something. Like, once she got pregnant, life for everyone just became complicated.
And the weird thing to me is Jack says who, and she says it's complicated, and I'm like, is it that? I mean, who do you think? It's the others. Like, why is that a complicated answer?
Yeah, he goes, she said, "I just killed someone. It's why they put me in your room." And he goes, like, who? Who did you kill? And she goes, "It's complicated." And that's weird that she couldn't just say, and when she didn't answer, of course, the writer in me is trying to think of other reasons why she could say it's complicated. And I'm thinking maybe she killed someone else. We think she killed Pickett, but there's somebody else she killed, too, or something like that, which I don't really think that's the case, but I was just wondering if it's complicated because there's more than one murder.
I see.
Which I guess we'll find out, but I don't really think she killed anybody else. But
I don't either. It just seems like a weird. I don't know. Why couldn't she just say Pickett? It seems more,
Or maybe it's complicated because of how or the reason that she killed him because she was trying to save Kate.
Oh, you think he's saying who did you kill?
Yeah. Well, what do you think he's saying?
I thought he was saying who put you in your room.
No. He's saying, who did you kill? Obviously, they know who put him in the room. He saw who put him in the room.
Well, that's why I thought her answer was ridiculous.
No. He's saying...
I'm like, who do you think put me in your room? Like...
No, she just said I killed someone, and he's saying who.
I see. Okay. It's still a one-word answer.
It's still not a great answer, but...
It's, that guy, maybe... I don't even remember if Jack knew who he was or not, but... Yeah, it's this guy. Oh, the guy that wanted to kill Sawyer. How about that? He knows who that.
Yeah, or she could have just said, one of our own, or and that one of us, or.
Yeah, that would be a reason it was complicated, but I can't imagine they're not showing that to us. I mean, everything in this episode indicates that it's what we think it is.
Yeah, I just thought about this. I haven't. This hasn't been an issue for a long time, but remember when we first see Colleen? And there's that whole weird, like, triangular relationship with Colleen and Juliet and Ben.
Yeah, am I interrupting something?
Yeah, and it seems like there's something going on, and they've never brought that up again.
Would it matter if you were?
Yeah, they've never brought that up again.
No, they really haven't.
And I was just wondering, because I really thought something was going on there.
Yeah.
And I wouldn't be surprised if Juliet and Ben had some sort of relationship, especially considering... last was the episode before last, I think, when Tom says, they've got history.
They have history, right.
So I think that's something going on there.
Yeah, I mean that seems to be lingering there in the background. I can't see her having a relationship with Ben. He's too weird, but I guess there does seem to be a lot of hints in that direction.
Yeah, so. but then you still got to wonder about Colleen and Ben. Like, what would that be about? I mean, she was with Pickett, who, I mean, how could you not be happy with a nice merry fellow like Pickett?
Yeah, good point. There's no way you could.
Yeah.
So there's obviously some other explanation here.
Obviously.
Her brother was named Chet.
What's that?
Sorry. I was looking at the script and I saw that Ashura's brother was named Chet.
Oh, really?
Chet. Is that supposed to be a... anyway, sorry.
Chet's a very Thai name.
Yeah. Chet.
I don't
Come
know.
on. Anyway.
Okay, so...
You gotta, that might be the great Lost thing, or I don't know. They might never do anything with that, or they might, or something later might shed light on it. I feel like it could go either way.
Yeah.
I don't really know. I feel like we'll probably get more on Juliet and Ben, but I don't know about the Colleen situation because it seems dead now.
She is dead now.
Yeah. Well, but, if Pickett was around, at least, her memory would be alive, but now it's really not.
Yeah. I mean, I could see if they do some sort of flashback and it's Ben and Juliet, like, we get this thing with Colleen, but it's not a huge deal, but, if they ever do
that would be the time to throw it in if they did a flashback.
Because we definitely need to see Juliet coming to the island. We got to see that.
Oh, I wish we would.
I hope we see, how she gets there, specifically how she gets there, what mode of transportation, and then, like, I guess boat at some point, but,
yeah.
And then, and then her early days, I think that's really interesting, her early days on the island and getting introduced to Ben or whoever is in control back then, presumably if it's not Ben. So there's a lot there. That's what's
I would love to see that stuff, but I'm worried it's going to be like the time between the end of episode 10 in season 1 and, maternity leave when, Ethan takes Claire. Like, we never got to see, how that all went down, and I really wish we could.
Yeah.
It's like, man, I really want to know how he managed the two of them and then, like, stopped and, like, I really wish I could see how that all worked.
Yeah, but that's the kind of thing that would be sort of tedious to show, it'd be interesting just to answer that question, but it's like, realistically, how did he do that? Come on. Like,
Well, exactly.
Yeah.
So I guess that's why they didn't show it. They really could show the Juliet thing, but I guess I fear that they won't because I really want to know.
I think they actually might. I mean, we're just starting to deal with Juliet and with obviously this season, but I mean in terms of her backstory. So I think there's room for another. I mean, they can. There's not that much to tell. I mean, obviously they can. All they can do is her early days on the island, or her middle to early days on the island, or something like that. Like maybe before. Before we see her in the beginning of the season, or before the plane crashes. I mean,
yeah,
So
the other thing I really want that I'm waiting for is the flashback after the first 5 minutes of the season premiere. After the plane crash and they sent the people, like, what next?
Yeah, what next?
Like, how did that all play out? And, okay, Ethan's dead, and oh no, and blah, 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 and Claire got away, and now I'm going to go infiltrate them or something. And there's also this Henry Gale guy, and I'm going to take it. I really wish I could see that play out.
Yeah, I that'd be very interesting. I feel like...
It'd be sort of like the other 48 days for the other.
Yeah, which could be a very good episode.
Yeah,
if done right. I feel like something along the lines of after Ethan and Goodwin are sent out to their respective locations, Ben goes to maybe tell Jacob if Jacob's alive and in charge or whatever,
right?
And maybe even the eye patch guy, if he has something to do with the others, what's going on. I feel like something along the lines of maybe like. Go secure the hatches or something, like go make sure that, Desmond is still in his hatch if they know about that, which they should. And,
right.
I feel like he would send people to check up on the sort of major points of the island, maybe to secure them or, go take, whatever out of the medical hatch that we might need just in case they find it and steal our stuff or go and, whatever. And, I don't know. Maybe they didn't do that, but I feel like there would have been some sort of batten down the hatches since these newcomers are coming.
Right. And I love to see how they react to the various things that happen. What brought that stuff about, and because we never really get to see how are they like. Okay, there's this kid Walt. We gotta get him. But he's gonna be on the raft, so we're gonna use a boat. But then we're gonna light this fire, and Oh man.
Yeah, and that's the thing. If they didn't have that flare, they wouldn't have found him. You know, there was a lot going on in terms of Walt being kidnapped then. And I guess the idea is that they would have got Walt at some point, presumably. And maybe they waited too long, and you know they were like, oh, we'll get him, you know, at some point. And then they found out that he was building the raft, and it was like, oh crap, Walt's gonna be gone. So now we got to go really get him right now. Maybe they would have waited longer, but I don't know. But there were just a lot of things that had to be in place for Walt to be kidnapped when he was.
Yeah, it was very lucky for them.
But not for Walt.
Oh, just do the flare. I'm sure they're friendly.
Oh, I'm sure they're friendly. Everyone on the island's friendly, especially Mr. Friendly.
Mm-hmm.
So the next scene, back to this episode.
Right.
Jack and Archer are in the little restaurant, the Thai restaurant, and Jack is eating something crazy, and he's very brave. He's a very brave man. And then we get the line about why don't you know how to fly a kite, and he's like, you know, blah blah blah, daddy issues, blah blah blah.
Mm-hmm.
And he goes, you know, I have no interest. She's like, I have no interest in talking in your father. And he goes, that's relief. I'm tired of talking about him, which, like I said before, makes me think of Christian and Sarah. Which I don't know. I just like that idea that they would be together because it's just full of drama.
It is.
And then we find out that Archer has a gift. She gets, like, I guess some sort of money in an envelope, some sort of payment. Which it's like, if she's getting that for a tattoo, why didn't the guy pay her like when he got the tattoo? I don't know. Maybe she just trusted him or whatever. Obviously, it's a plot contrivance. But I'm like, why didn't you get paid before? Anyway.
Yeah, it's like, he's just gonna walk into the middle of a restaurant. How did he even know she was there? Like, it's.
Well, I think wasn't it the brother who brought her the money?
No, it's a different man.
Oh, was that a different guy?
Mm-hmm.
I felt like he worked there. I don't know. I felt like the guy who gave her the money worked there, and like, I don't know. It's a small beach community, I guess. Maybe they all know each other.
Phuket is a small beach community?
Yeah, it is, right? Sounds like a small beach community to me.
It did in the episode.
Phuket, like what, 1,000 people?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, I'll buy that.
It looks strangely like Hawaii.
It did, didn't it?
Oh man, yeah. It's pretty silly that she wouldn't just get the payment, but you know, Jack has to find out somehow.
He does, and following her has to come later.
Mm-hmm.
So the next scene, we have the sheriff, Isabel. She comes to visit Jack, and you know, she sees the tattoos, and she talks about, you know, what that she knows what they mean, and versus what if she wonders if Jack even knows, which I think is interesting in a larger sense, because you know, this idea that a lot of people get, you know, these tattoos in a different language, specifically like an Asian language. Mm-hmm. And part of it is that idea that, you know, since they don't speak the language, they can't be 100% sure that's what it says.
Right.
And I've heard of people, at least urban legend wise, getting something and they think it says one thing, and then they meet someone who speaks the language, and it's like, no, that doesn't say that. You know, that says something else. You know, or it may say that, but it means something else. And so, yeah. So, what do you have about this idea that, you know, the tattoos are in Chinese, but they should be in Thai? And you said you had something about that, about art and what they really say. And
yeah, it's not so much about that as about what they really say versus what they say.
Okay.
As far as them being in Chinese and not Thai, a few people have come up with theories. There's a Chinese minority in Thailand. And the actress is Chinese, so maybe we can assume that she's Chinese in the, you know, thing. It doesn't really seem that way, but it's possible.
Okay.
So there's that. But anyway, there's this page. I can't. The URL's cumbersome, so I think maybe I'll put it in the comments or something if you guys want to look at it. I found it in this way that isn't easy to direct you to, but. It's this professor of engineering at this school who's Chinese and who translated the tattoos a while ago, like before. I think this is like season 2 stuff here that he's translating it from. So before this episode,
Mhm.
you know. So apparently, there's these 4 characters, right? The first character means eagle. The second character means strike as a verb. The third one means long, and the final one means void.
Void.
Yeah.
The long
So-
eagle strikes in the void. That's pretty simple.
So the 4 characters are a part of a couplet taken from a famous poem written in 1925 by the Chinese revolutionary leader Mao Zedong. Well, you may have heard of.
Oh, of
He was,
course.
pretty significant political figure in the 20th century. So anyway, he apparently wrote poetry, which I didn't know. And according to so that's the literal translation. Apparently, like if you want to translate what it really says, it's something like eagles high up cleaving the space. So
And what does it mean?
what does it mean?
Yes. What's the translation of meaning?
I don't know what you mean.
I mean, that seems like a figurative, saying, like, what does it mean?
I agree. He doesn't interpret it though. He just
Oh.
sort of says what it means.
Eagles high up, what? Clinging,
Cleaving.
cleaving.
Yeah.
Interesting. Cleaving, like with a cleaver? Is that what cleaving means?
I don't know what cleaving means.
That's interesting.
I thought it meant like clawing,
Yeah, but interesting.
or maybe like flying through it.
Oh, I see. Maybe that's.
But he does have the whole poem on this page here.
Actually, yeah, it means to split with a sharp instrument.
Oh, okay.
So like cleaver, cleaving.
Yeah.
Cleaving the what?
Cleaving the space.
So like
so like
an
there,
eagle
like it's sort of like
flying. Yeah. What?
Sorry. It's like metaphorical, I think.
Yeah, metaphorical. That's what I meant. Did I say figurative? Metaphorical.
I don't know.
Yeah. Anyway, that's interesting. An eagle cutting through space.
Right.
Huh. Okay. That sounds like Matthew Fox to me.
And according to this page, that's an extremely well-known poem by Mao, and he said you could expect Chinese high school students to know, to be familiar with it and to probably have been forced to like recite it at some point.
Wow.
Because it's pretty famous. He also points out that the second character, strike, is simplified Chinese, while the other 3 are traditional. So it's a little off. It's not quite right in terms of the way it should look.
Mm-hmm.
But whatever. I don't think that happens a lot. But it's not too bad, I guess. So anyway, what it actually means has nothing to do with what they say. I remember last week I was wondering when they revealed what the tattoo meant if they would hold to what it means or if they just make something up, and clearly they went with the latter.
Yeah, I was wondering that too. I thought it'd be interesting if it was actually what it said and it just happened to correlate very well for the show.
Yeah, that would be quite a coincidence. Or if they knew that from the beginning and they sort of set it up to reveal it during that time. But no such luck. They just made something up.
Wow.
So, but I'll post the link. You can read this. There's more here than I said. But, I thought it was interesting.
Has Matthew Fox ever talked about them in terms of like the 5 and the stars or whatever, which are apparently pretty, but as she says.
Right. I don't know. If he has or not.
Well, okay. Guess that's the end of your help.
Sorry. I can only help so much.
Yeah.
I wish I knew everything, but I don't. So anyway, whatever she's saying, I don't know. That's not it.
Okay. Very, very interesting.
Mm-hmm.
I like the line about lost in translation. Like, I won't be able to hear that phrase without thinking of that movie.
Yeah, me either.
For the next, 20 years.
That's what it does. So, I want to ask you a question about this.
No.
Do you think he knows what it means? Jack, that is?
Yes. I think he knows what it means because Achira told him who he was, and that was supposed to be the tattoo that he got.
But it doesn't seem like what she said and what he got tattooed seemed pretty different to me.
Well, it said, okay. She said, you're a great man, and blah, 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 but it makes you lonely, and wait, what did she say? Let's just read it so we get it right. Instead of paraphrasing. Thank you, transcript. You are a leader, a great man, but this makes you lonely and frightened and angry. Now put it on me. That sounds like a come on line. Put it on me, girl.
Put it on me.
Woo! Put it on me. Put that hot stuff on me. Okay, sorry. All right. This is a PG-13 podcast.
Is it?
No, it's not. But then Isabel says, what does she say? Let's look and see. She says, he walks amongst us, but he's not one of us. I think that actually correlates well as
come on.
Let me finish.
You're not serious.
I am serious. I think it correlates well in terms of something very metaphorical. This idea that he is a leader and that he's a great man, and it makes him lonely, which means his greatness separates him from those that he can help. Which is sort of what she's saying, is that he's not one of us. He's here to help us, but he's not one of us, which correlates to his not one of us, which means you don't have that connection to him, which makes him lonely. I think it correlates really well.
You think he walks amongst us? You think he walks amongst us means he's our leader?
Well, no, I think it means he's someone who's different, right? And I think the difference...
He walks amongst us means he's someone who's different?
No. What I'm saying is, okay, he walks amongst us literally means he's around us, he's with us. But he's not one of us means, but he's someone who's different. He's not like us. It's basically saying he's different than the rest of us, and I think that difference is he's a great person.
But this makes you lonely, frightened, and angry?
Yeah,
So
which I think correlates back to, the fact that he's not one of them. Like, it's not the idea that he's great, but he's still one of them, so he gets the best of both worlds, but it's the fact that he is great, which separates him from everybody else. He's not one of them, but that separation also helps him to be great. It's like this. It's circular. One part leads to the next.
I think that's a big reach. I assumed that she just put that on. She didn't do what she said. She put on, he walks amongst us, but he's not one of us, just to indicate, that's, because she didn't want to tattoo him in the first place. So yeah. I assume she just put that on, and that he didn't know that's what it said. That was my interpretation.
That's a very valid interpretation. That's not in line with your New Year's resolution, but
I think it is, because it was obvious to me.
But you think that's what the writers want you to think?
I do.
Oh, okay. Well, you're wrong. I buy it. I think I see your point, and I think it definitely could be that. Obviously, she said you're an outsider. I'm not supposed to tattoo you, and he doesn't speak Chinese, so she could have just tattooed whatever she wanted. But I think it would have been sort of pointless. I think to a certain point to say, basically you're an outsider. When she sort of, I think, knew what the consequences were going to be, which is that the guys are going to beat him up and make him leave the country. And so what's the point of having him tattooed forever to say you're an outsider when he's not going to be in that country? Like, if it's specifically saying, you're not Thai, you don't belong here, why have that tattooed on him forever? I don't see her doing that. I feel like...
I don't think she wanted to do the tattooing of what she saw on him because she says it's against her people. I don't think she was willing to do it. So I think her compromise was to tattoo him with something that she thought was appropriate.
But if it wasn't something, I think if the guys who beat him up saw that, that they would know that he didn't really get the tattoo that's part of her gift, which wouldn't have been against, whatever the custom was.
No, but I thought it wasn't about, it wasn't about the fact that whether he did it or not, but that he was like following her and sort of forced her to do it. Not just like the act itself.
No, I thought it was about the act itself because, like she said, there's going to be consequences for you getting this tattoo, and I feel like, I mean, why would she go? I mean, that's the other question is, why did she like sort of tell everybody that she did this if she didn't have to? And I feel like if she surreptitiously plays something opposite of what her gift was,
sorry.
If she does that, no problem. If she does that, this sort of lie or whatever, why would she feel the need to go tell people, when she didn't even do what her gift was, which was the point?
Because she didn't like being forced to, to do something that she wasn't, supposed to do to outsiders.
I don't see that. I mean, I think she liked them. She was upset that he got beat up and kicked out of the country. I mean, they were together for months. You know what I mean?
Well, then why did she tell anybody?
Well, I don't know. I don't know why she told anybody, but it doesn't make sense to me to tell somebody when you didn't even do anything specifically wrong.
It doesn't make sense to tell them at all if you.
Well, really... I agree, but I think it makes more sense to tell them if you did the thing you weren't supposed to do versus you were upset that he made you do it.
And there was like no reason she had to do, exactly the thing because he's not going to know the difference. So why do it, if you don't have to?
Well, because she likes the guy, and that's her gift, that's her thing, and he's like, do it, and so she did it, but she knew that one of the consequences was going to be he's going to leave, I just don't see her for
she's bringing about herself. I think if she had done it of her own free will, she would be to blame to some extent for doing it herself.
And I think that's why Jack says, that's what they say, but that's not what they mean. What they mean is what Archer says that he is. What they say is he walks amongst us, but he's not one of us. But what they mean is that I'm a great man, blah blah blah. That's how I take it. That's just my take on it. I think because it makes sense to me.
It seems like an extremely tenuous connection to me, and because I can't really pull any of the ideas of you're a leader, a great man, but this makes you lonely, frightened, and angry from that sentence. Like not in any reasonable way. And, why not put that stuff? Because it would, then it would make sense. The other thing is when he says that's not what it means, I thought he meant more like that's not what it means to me.
Well, I think that's both. I mean, obviously.
And that it meant something to him because of his sort of experience or whatever. And, and also, like I said, I don't think he knew that's what it said. So...
Yeah, I'm gonna go with what they sort of seem to be telling us here, and I think it makes sense the way it plays out. I think it'd be weird that she would tattoo something different in that situation because she warns him. I mean, she's like, why? I don't know. I just don't. I don't buy her motivations.
Well, why
she's
not something direct and
well, because it's
why
one
not
of
tattoo
those,
what you said and some like metaphor where you have to work really hard to connect it.
But how do you tattoo you? I mean, she's not going to tattoo you are a great man, blah 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 blah. I mean, you want to get something very metaphorical, very like meaningful. You don't want to get something like obvious and simplistic because what's the point of that? And I think it's like the fact what does tattoos really mean? It's hard to understand the eagle cutting through the void. Like, what does that really mean? And I think that's why they came up with this phrase that makes sense, and I think it makes sense too in terms of where that Jack is with the others.
The tattoo is direct and simple and has an obvious meaning, but
what
what I mean?
What do you mean?
He walks amongst us, but he's not one of us. Is direct and simple,
but
and no. Obvious meaning.
What's the What's the meaning?
The meaning is exactly what it says.
What's the point of saying that? There has to be a point to that.
Because that's what he was.
I mean, I don't buy that. I just don't buy that.
It already, it's already simplistic.
I mean, because it's obvious. It's obvious he's not one of us. No one's going to mistake him for one of us. Like, why tattoo that on him? Why be, like, vindictive and
I agree.
and put something, like, awful like that on him? Like, I just don't think that makes any sense, especially for someone who was, basically in love with the guy and pissed off that not only was she in this situation, but that she was going to have to, for whatever reason, get him in trouble and get him kicked out. I just don't see that. I feel like in that situation, she would have given him what he wanted, in spite of the fact that he was going to have to leave, but to like not give him what he wanted and to know he was going to leave, I think is ridiculous. I think it doesn't make any sense, and I don't know why the writers would have her do that. Why would they make her like ridiculous like that?
I don't know why they'd have her give a tattoo like that.
You're basically saying you can't you can't connect the two things, but I think it still makes sense that they are connected. I think it makes more sense that they are connected, whether or not you can figure out what the connection is. But I think in terms of how the plot goes, it makes more sense that they're connected.
Since it does connect directly to his situation in the flashback, it doesn't. It seems a lot simpler to me to believe that she meant what it says and not some weird, loose connection with what, she said she read.
But
with him.
I think I come back to Jack's line. That's what they say, but that's not what they mean. I think
right. I don't think he means like I said, I feel like he means that's not what they mean to me. That's not what they mean.
But I think that's both. I mean, I think
it
both.
Is what they mean.
I think both. That's not what they mean. And it's not what it means to me, and it's not what it means in general.
Because I think I think it is what they mean literally.
And I think that phrase he walks amongst us, but he's not one of us. I think is also reflective of his current situation with the others too.
Well, yeah.
So I think,
and once again, in a simplistic way. Not in a he's our leader, but he's.
You think it's complicated, the connection. I don't think it's complicated, so I can buy it because I think
I'm not saying it's complicated. I'm saying it's not there.
Well, you're saying it's hard to make that connection, like it doesn't.
Because
work.
I don't think it's there. Not that I think it's complex. It's just like it's a big reach.
Well, I don't think it's a big reach. I think it's pretty simple.
Okay.
The next scene.
I didn't say it's not simple. I just there's difference between simple and like.
Okay, I think. How about this? I think it's a small reach. Does that make sense?
Okay.
Let's see. We got that scene. Okay, the next scene we have Jack. Jack is being taken to be questioned by Isabel, and they pass Alex in the hallway, and she says, "Why don't you go check on your father? I know he appreciate it." They go into the office, and which is, I guess, this is the first time we've ever seen this other little room here. They make the Hydra hatch look a lot bigger than they have before, with all these extra corridors and rooms, which is interesting. And then let's see, they come in. We find out that most of them don't even like coming to the mini island. And then she starts to ask Jack about Juliet wanting to kill Ben, and he sort of laughs, which is obviously he's sort of buying time, and I think partially he sort of thinks the whole situation is sort of ridiculous. I think at this point he wouldn't mind just them killing him. It's been a long ordeal, but so he laughs, which I really like the fact he laughs when she asks him the question, because a lot of times it's the opposite. Jack asks a big question and they just sort of laugh or change the subject, and it was nice to have him do that for a change. And then he just says, he was lying, and here's something I don't buy. Turning you people against each other is my best chance to create chaos. Like, Jack, you don't even buy that. Come on, like you had time to think about what was the best way to create chaos. Come on.
Can I raise my hand and say I bought it?
Did you buy it? Well,
when he said that, I'm like, wow, I believe you. That seems plausible.
But he wasn't lying. Juliet actually asked him to do that. That wasn't a lie. He wasn't just trying to create chaos. It was the truth.
I know. I know it wasn't. He in the scene he's lying, but yeah, no.
You mean you bought that explanation, but
yeah, I felt like it was reasonable, even though I understand he's not telling the truth.
Yeah.
I I thought like that's sort of plausible, but then of course the sheriff's like, well, why are you lying? And I love when they do that. It's like, if you already know what the answer is, what? I mean, they just want him to say it, I guess. But
yeah, well, she's trying to be somewhat, I don't know, lawful or some sort of, give her some sort of realistic trial. So, she doesn't want to just say, well, I know you did it because Tom told me. She wants hard evidence to convict her, I guess. So, which is good, I guess. They don't just like, I know you're guilty, whatever, even though she knows she's guilty. But
it does come together pretty quick, though.
What comes together?
They're getting ready to it's almost all over in the course.
Well, yeah, I mean, but they do have Tom as a witness, so that helps.
Yeah,
and I don't think Juliet. She never really did she ever deny it? I guess we never really saw her deny it, but she didn't.
She did. She denied it in that scene when he said it.
But I mean, in this during her sort of quote unquote trial, we haven't seen her deny it. But we're presumably she is denying it. Otherwise, why come to Jack?
Yeah, if she admitted it would be weird to even bother to ask.
Yeah,
but, she did deny it at least that one time. So, yeah.
But that was obviously just a reaction to the situation. Yeah. I mean, she's not gonna be like, "Oh yeah, that's right. I forgot I did that." It's a very good scene. To me,
it seems like that's the thing she should really be in trouble for, not like the shooting Pickett situation. But I don't know.
Yeah, well, it seems like she's getting tried from multiple accounts, maybe.
Yeah, but there was that scene where someone said, "Oh man, I suck." Hold on. Something about killing one of us is bad. Eye for an eye.
Yeah, maybe Alex or somebody said that.
Yeah. Here we go. Yeah. They're gonna read her verdict, and we all know what it's gonna be. That's interesting. I wish I knew how that trial went down. Is there a jury, or they just like somebody just says, "Oh, she's guilty," or they vote, or I don't know.
I feel like that's probably part of the reason Cindy and them were there.
Yeah, that's another question worth asking. Seems odd to bring the kids to a murder trial, but we'll get to that. Yeah, we're pretty strict about killing one of our own. Eye for an eye. It seems to suggest that she's just getting punished because she shot Pickett.
Mm-hmm.
Not, that this other thing is just sort of a side thing, But it seems to me like it should be the other way around, because the other one was sort of, a necessary thing on behalf of, Ben's orders, whereas her plotting to kill Ben, this is something that doesn't have anything to do with following orders. This is really, trying to stage some sort of coup.
Mm-hmm.
So it just seems like they would consider that worse, but I don't know. They don't, I guess.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know why they even need to worry about the whole Ben situation, but I guess they do.
Well, I'm saying is I feel like they should only worry about or at least like worry more about the Ben situation than about the Pickett situation.
Well, I mean, it's attempted murder versus murder. Like, which is worse?
But like murder in a certain circumstance, murder on orders, like necessary. Like if you didn't do it, she wouldn't have been able to carry out Ben's orders. It seems like there should be some kind of, exception.
I mean, it wasn't even attempted murder either. It was conspiracy to attempt murder. And versus like,
but Ben,
I mean, yeah, Ben deserves it, but I mean,
and it doesn't seem like first degree murder either, because I don't think she plotted to kill Pickett. She only killed him because he was about to kill them. It wasn't about him. It wasn't, you know what I mean?
Nevertheless, like she killed one of their own, which is obviously bad, and even if there's evidence to bring into the trial where it's like, well, Ben told me to do whatever, blah blah blah. Nevertheless, the murder is more important, I think, to try her on than anything else. And maybe when that's over, maybe she gets off, which she obviously won't because she killed one of her own. But I mean, even if she gets off, then yeah, I just think in general the secondary thing is the Ben thing. Like that's less of a deal than the fact that she actually killed someone versus that she.
I just don't think that's the way it should be, given the circumstances.
Well, I think it makes sense in terms of what they're telling us about their society.
Because you're talking about like a serious act of treason versus following orders and like killing someone that you didn't want to kill him. It wasn't like she killed him out of malice. She killed him because he was about to prevent her from helping them out, which she was ordered to do.
But if I'm just playing devil's advocate. If you know that the biggest cardinal sin of your society is killing one of your own, then it should be understood that yeah, go help Kate and Sawyer escape, but you should know that does not include killing one of your own. Like, she should know that if it's that important of a thing to them, that it would have been better to let Pickett kill them than for her to kill Pickett. I think that's what Isabel would have said, and that's what Juliet. I mean, Juliet knows she was wrong to do that. She didn't have to kill him. She could have shot him in the arm. She could have shot. She shot him multiple times. Like the evidence that again for the murder. I mean, she would be hung for that. I mean, she didn't have to shoot him that many times and fatally wound him. So, I mean, if she shot him in the shoulder or something and then he died, like I'd be like, okay, she tried, to carry out the plan first and foremost, but she shot him in the chest multiple times.
But I still think there's enough circumstances here that it's not a clear-cut murder. I don't feel like, certainly not first-degree murder. There's a specific circumstance involved. She wouldn't have killed him under different circumstances. Maybe she shouldn't have killed him or she could have done something else, but...
Yeah, but she didn't kill Ben. She didn't even try to kill Ben. All she did was talk to somebody else about killing Ben. I think that's far less than any sort of degree of murder that was for Pickett.
But if she carried out the Ben thing, or if Jack did, then you're talking about real conspiracy.
But all she would be, if Jack killed Ben or tried to, she would just be an accessory to murder, which is less than any murder charge, so... It's still, any way you look at it, it's still less.
But I consider her more culpable in that case. Far more culpable.
More culpable for a lesser crime.
But I believe she should be punished more, way more, in the case of the Ben situation. Because she is, to me, it's just as bad as if she did it herself. She's using Jack to kill Ben. To me, that's not that much different from killing him herself with a gun or whatever. She's using Jack as the vehicle.
Well, I think it's a lot different. If you convince someone else to do the murder, I mean, that person is the murderer. You're just an accessory to the murder, which, you don't get the same sentence.
I agree in terms of the law. But morally speaking, I think you are just as much to blame for that murder.
True. But you're not trialed on morality. You're trialed on the law. You don't get 10 years in jail because
I feel like the others should try on morality, though.
Well, obviously they're sort of trying her on like biblical law or something. Like,
yeah,
they've got their whole set of whatever. And anyway, whatever. Disagreement there, but anyway, she's being tried, and I really think this whole thing with questioning about Ben's murder is like, I think it's secondary only because, like, what's the point? I mean, obviously they're making the big deal about Pickett's death. Obviously she's going to be killed about that anyway. So it's like, what's the point of even talking, like we said earlier, what's the point of even talking about Ben if she's already going to be murdered or whatever, right, for Pickett? Like, what's the point? I don't know. I feel like it's just a plot thing because we, to sort of bring some resolution.
To lie for Juliet.
Yeah, that too. Jack.
To form their.
She
their
knew
bond.
he would. She knew he would.
Of course. I know you, Jack. You'll never let me die.
So let's go to the next scene. We got Kate and Sawyer waking up, and Carl seems to be missing, but then they find him, and Kate wants to go talk to him, but Sawyer says, "No, let me go talk to him." And they find Carl, and he's crying and sobbing, and then Sawyer like hits him in the arm, which I loved. That was awesome. And it's like, "Hey, cowboy up!" Like that was such a Sawyer thing to do, and got him to stop crying. So And I love when he's like, so you need to be tough. I thought you guys were tough. He goes, I'm tough, and he like shoves him a little bit. I'm tough. Oh, Carl, you're not tough. And
I was hoping he would like pick up Sawyer with one arm or something, but
no.
Yeah, because I still want to believe the others are super strong, even though all evidence points against that.
Yeah, and I love when he calls him Bobby. And like, I'm glad he brought up the Brady Bunch thing because I had no idea why he called him Bobby. Like, that's an obscure reference. Just like out of the blue to call somebody Bobby, like just because they're crying or something. I don't know. I wouldn't have got that unless we brought up the whole Brady Bunch thing.
I wouldn't have got it either. I didn't even notice. I guess I thought Carl's name was Bobby for a second.
Yeah, I thought he was just trying to give him a sort of a. I mean, not to offend any Bobbies out there, but just sort of a nickname, like, I don't know. It's sort of condescending Bobby. If his name was like Robert and to call him Bobby or something, if that's not his, approved nickname, then that would be sort of condescending. But anyway, we get the whole Brady Bunch thing that we've talked about. What the hell's the Brady Bunch? And I'm like, I guess Sawyer's sort of thinking like, oh, you're young, you don't know. But I'm like, Sawyer, you should wonder why he has no idea what the Brady Bunch is. Why don't you ask him? You never heard of the Brady Bunch? Or I guess, I don't know. I wonder what Sawyer thinks about. I mean, I guess to a certain extent, maybe he just believes that Carl grew up on the island or something.
Yeah. And he just writes it off. I mean, Kate and Sawyer, I wish they had asked a few more pointed questions than they did.
Yeah.
A lot of people pointed out. I mean, Kate tried, and she did get some information that was new to them. About them living on the island and, having backyards and stuff that, we sort of knew already, but they didn't know. So,
yeah.
I guess that's good. But it seems like Carl, even though he's on the fringes, I think he could tell them some things that would be interesting to us. And,
yeah.
And it'd be nice if... you never seen the Brady Bunch? What have you seen? What's your deal? Like, it'd be nice if he questioned it more. But I guess he just goes, okay, he's never seen it. He's been on the island forever. Never mind that.
Yeah, or even just a comment about, I mean, maybe not a question like, why haven't you seen the Brady Bunch? Just like, what have you been living under a rock? Or, something like, some sort of little snide comment would have sufficed, just to let us know that he actually heard him say that.
Yeah, besides okay.
Okay, anyway, yeah. I was going to say something. Oh, crap. Something about Carl and Kate. Yeah, I was gonna say I'm really surprised none of them asked Carl like what they were doing to him when they found him. Mm-hmm. Like specifically, like what were they? I mean, obviously they were trying to brainwash him, but I think it's still worth asking, like what specifically were they trying to do?
Absolutely.
But that didn't come up.
It'd be nice to see what do you think about this? Have you done that before? Do they do this to people a lot?
No, is that your recreation or like?
Yeah, I mean there are a lot of questions there, and I wanted to say about your thing earlier about the Hydra seeming bigger. Mm-hmm. I wanted to mention that back in Not in Portland when they found that like room, where he was, that like back entrance or whatever It just seems like they can just keep discovering new places in the Hydra as long as they want,
Yeah.
If they want to find a new room somewhere else, they'll find it.
Mm-hmm. I mean, it did look big. It did look like a big station, but we've never seen a lot of it, so...
Yeah, we've been confined to, like, one place, basically, that little corridor with Jack's cell and the surveillance room. Mm-hmm. And it seemed like that was it. And then, the cage area's outside. It didn't seem like there was a lot more than that, so... I think they can just sort of, it's big enough looking that they can just add rooms arbitrarily and, here's the interrogation room and, here's the brainwashing room and etc.
Well, do you think the brainwashing room was connected to the main Hydra station?
Yeah.
Okay.
I do. But then, I guess we did talk about that.
Yeah.
I guess it could be some kind of remote building, but I guess I assumed it was like around it, like the place was big and it was like around the back.
Yeah, but it's like, everybody came up to that entrance. If it was connected, you think they just come through the corridor, whatever corridor would lead to that area of the high.
Yeah, I guess I got the sense you couldn't do that. Like they were cut off from each other.
Yeah.
Like there wasn't a way.
The other part is supposed to be underwater anyway. So I feel like there's an underwater part, and then there's
that part. Yeah,
and then
I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know.
But
it just seemed remote. It just seemed like they had run far enough to where it wasn't still connected. Otherwise, it'd be a huge building.
Yeah, I don't know. I didn't think there was going to be another building, so I just assumed it was the same one.
Yeah. Okay, so blah blah blue. And I love when Sawyer's like, Carl, I've been with a lot of girls. Oh, I had a point. It's like I expected him just to pause right there and be like, I don't know, that's it, buddy. That's all I got for you. I've been with a lot of girls.
I've been with a lot of girls.
The end. Yeah.
Whole mess of girls.
Whole mess of them. So we find out that Carl.
Don't you want to say something about that to me? I think that's something.
Yeah, I've been with a lot of girls.
Can we harp on that for a bit?
Your turn, Carl. What do you think about that? What do you have to say?
Oh, God.
So we find out, obviously we knew this, but Carl really loves Alex, and then I know it's really sad. And then, did I say sad or did I say crappy?
Somewhere out there.
In the Hydra Station, my love awaits. Yikes. Sawyer tells him, why don't you just go to where your yards are and get Alex back? And I'm like, well, okay, let's think about this. He already told you the yards are on the main island, and the last place you've seen Alex, Sawyer, is the mini island. So you're basically telling him to go get Alex at their home, at O-Town, when you should know that that's not where she is, unless the writers know that that's where she's about to go, which they are, because they're leaving.
Which they are.
So it's one of those things where, the writers know that Alex is about to be taken back to O-Town, because everybody's going back to O-Town. And but they put in that little thing where Sawyer knows it too somehow, but he really shouldn't know that.
Maybe he just knows they'll be back. She'll be back there eventually.
Yeah, I don't buy that.
And if that's their home, that's the place where
But why? But that's the thing. That's almost like saying, "Hey, I mean, it's not the same, but it's close to saying "Hey, we want to rescue Jack. Let's go to O-Town." It's like the last place we've seen Jack is a mini island. Let's go get him there. The last place we've seen Alex
Jack lived in O-Town, it would be a little more reasonable.
Yeah, I know exactly. But I'm saying the last place you've seen Alex is the mini island. So you think, let's go there because Sawyer doesn't know. Sawyer doesn't know that. Well, he knows they only do projects there. So yeah.
There's a disconnect, I think, there between what he should know and what he should say, and basically what he needs to say in terms of the plot. I think they want to set up go get her back at your home because that's where they're going, and I don't know. If he said go back to the Hydra Station and get her, I don't know. Then he'd be going to a place where they're leaving, and
yeah,
I think.
And that's the thing. Carl shouldn't know that they're leaving either.
No, he shouldn't. He shouldn't.
And that's the thing. It's not and obviously Sawyer. I mean, not only did he say it, but he definitely wasn't saying go back to the mini island because he should have said something like take the raft or something. There's no real way Carl can get back to the mini island. So I mean, it's just one of those situations where he can't really get back to the mini island. They're not even going to be there. So. You need to go back to where your home is, which is where they're going to be, which is easier to get to. So that's just how it played out. But it's weird because it's like they sort of knew that, and they should not have known that.
Right. It's either he's going to say something that's completely ridiculous and isn't going to work in terms of the plot, or he's going to say something that he shouldn't say.
Yeah. I mean, he could have just said, well, you should go get her back so you can name stupid stars again or something.
Mm-hmm.
Just generally get her back, not go to this place to get her back. This place that I shouldn't know that she's going to be.
Yeah. Yeah, they could have made it more general, but I guess they wanted him to reference the yards again.
Yeah, the yards.
Mm-hmm. Yards.
So the next scene, we have Jack in the cage.
Jack in a cage.
Jack in a cage. And Alex comes, and she's very spunky, that Alex, and she comes
Jack gets to live a while in Sawyer and cage shoes.
Yeah, exactly. And I like how he didn't figure out the food game. Like, he pressed it twice, and he's like, I'm not gonna press that again. But
right, yeah, it was nice. It was like, ha.
Yeah, he's not gonna do
Sawyer
it.
figured that out on the first day.
Yeah.
It only took the Bears 2 hours.
Yeah, but see, that's the thing. Juliet brings him food, so he doesn't need it for food.
Yeah, they didn't really, they didn't seem to feed Kate or Sawyer.
No, they didn't care. Kate got that breakfast that one time, and that was it.
Yeah, the nice breakfast.
Yeah.
Oh, God.
Because the next 2 weeks are going to be really whatever he said.
Man.
Yeah.
I want to talk about that a little bit later.
If you remember.
Not that specifically, but Ben in general.
Okay, let's talk about that asshole.
Mm-hmm. But at first, Spunky Alex.
Spunky Alex knocks out the camera. Okay.
God,
she's just so spunky, man. She and Punky Brewster should team up and like go fight crimes together, I swear.
She is Punky Brewster.
She really is Punky. She's the new Punky Brewster. She really
Wow.
is. She's the new Punky Brewster.
Yeah, that's perfect.
Where's Celine Moon Frye when you need her?
She kind of reminds me of Danielle, like using these trapdoor things and the slingshot and all this nonsense. Like, it's like Danielle would seem this silly if she were young.
Yeah.
But like, since she's older, she can pull it off.
Yeah, she's older. She can like rig her little bungalow to blow up, and do sophisticated doll-based traps.
Right? Yeah, the doll-based traps. She should market those. They're extremely effective.
It's a DBT. The DBT.
The military should hire her.
Man, I tell you, all the insurgents in Iraq would be totally caught with the DBT. All you need is a DBT. It works.
It works. It always works. It's perfect.
Because dolls transcend all culture and languages. Like, everyone is interested in dolls. When it's dirty and broken and laying on the ground.
If you see a doll, what do you have to do?
You have to pick it up.
Yeah.
It's hardwired in our genetics to do that.
Oh, God.
So she comes and says, why did you save his life? He blah, blah, blah. He's a bad guy. And then he's like, well, I'll answer your question if you answer my questions. Mm-hmm. And he wants to know about Juliet. And
this is like the opportunity for a really good question.
Oh, man. This is like, what are you guys really up to?
Yeah.
like
some like big fucking What are you up to? Why are you here? Why all kinds of questions we've been asking. And Alex is willing. Oh yeah, I'll answer a question. Mm-hmm, great. Mm-hmm. Same thing with Carl, but like it's like, man, Jack, here's your chance. What's your question? Yeah. Where's Juliet?
He could say like, will they ever let me go? Will we ever get off this island? Like,
why did Ben take Henry Gale's name? I don't think she knows that. But...
yeah, exactly. God, what's the smoke monster?
Yeah. Oh God, please. What happened to Dharma?
Yeah, what happened to Dharma? God. What's with that statue? Jack doesn't know that, but
oh God, he should. But it'd be great if he asked.
Oh,
the disquieting Fortote statue.
Yeah.
Oh man!
Alex would be like, "Oh, I made that at summer camp.
Oh God!
It's part of my my ceramics class. It's a group project.
Oh no!
I made some baskets too. Want to see? Basket weaving class. It's the Dharma summer camp.
And what about the Fatch and the Famp? Like, where'd you get the materials to make a fake hatch door? I don't even know about that either. But
yeah.
God, it'd be nice. And Echo's brother's plane, how did that get here? Yeah. I just wanted to ask everything.
Yeah, exactly.
And all he's got is, where's Juliet?
That's so, oh God. That 1 quarter pucker, man, that 1 quarter pucker.
Boringest question he could possibly ask. Like, Ugh.
He could have said, "What time is it?"
All right, you know.
That'd have been really ridiculous.
I exaggerated a little bit.
You got
but
the
come
time.
on.
You got the time, Alex.
Oh,
Now,
God.
does Jack know her name is Alex? I think he does. He overheard Isabel say it earlier. And I'm wondering if Jack knows. He should know that Danielle lost a child named Alex, right?
I think he does, but to me, there's layers like Saeed really knows about Danielle.
Yeah.
And then a couple of the others like Charlie maybe because he went with Saeed maybe know a little more about Danielle. And there's like Claire and Caveman sort of went with Danielle, and I think Claire is the only one who sort of put it together with Alex.
I just had an idea. Another crazy theory about not what's going on, but what might happen.
Okay.
They're all going to go back to O-Town, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I think something's going to happen to Alex where Jack has to work on her, and he's going to discover her blood type, and he's going to discover it's not the same blood type as Ben. And he's going to question Ben about the fact that this can't possibly be your daughter because you have this blood type and she's got this blood type and blah blah blah. I think
Do you always get the same blood type as your parents?
You don't get the same blood type, but it's I think if your parents are if your dad's A and your mom's B, you can be I think you can be A, B, or A and B, but you won't be O or something. You know what I mean?
It rules out certain.
It rules out certain things. Yeah,
I see.
And
you think that's how he could find out?
I think that's how he could find out because I think at some point that's going to have to be brought to the table. Either Ben's going to sort of have to admit it, or someone like Jack is going to find out, or maybe Juliet knows already based on something, and she finally tells somebody, and so. I just thought of that. Anyway.
I could see that happening. Some medical way to prove it.
Mm-hmm.
As opposed to just circumstantial evidence.
Yeah.
But I agree. There's got to be something that makes people realize that, and that would do it.
Mm-hmm.
Can't imagine why Alex would need medical attention. But then again,
yeah. But that's the thing.
Why not?
She fell. She tripped on one of her slingshots. I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
There should be some people in the group of the others that know that Alex is not his kid, because at some point he took Alex from Danielle. I mean, maybe the older people there. I mean, maybe Ethan and Goodwin knew. They're about the same age as Ben, and presumably there as long. So at least 16 years ago. And well, I guess. Ethan, I don't know about Ethan. I don't know.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's not clear with Ethan, and we find out a little something about Ethan in this episode.
We do, which I really like Ethan. He might be my favorite other. I think.
You think so?
Yeah, I mean, Ben gets points because he's interesting, but he's sort of boring now. Juliet is interesting, but she's been boring.
Yeah.
Who else?
She lost it.
Yeah. Who else? Who else is there that's really that interesting?
I agree. I'll take Ethan. I think Tom at the end of season 1 was fantastic.
Yeah.
And then he kind of lost his touch.
Yeah.
And Goodwin was good in his one episode.
Goodwin was awesome in that one episode, man. I'd like to see some more Goodwin, but
I would too. We did get to see him a little bit at the beginning of the season, which was nice. But it would be nice for him to pop up somewhere like Ethan has been lately.
Yeah.
It's just nice to have them. I don't know, continue to have their story develop.
Mm-hmm.
Because it'd be nice to know where he came from, what his deal is, because we learned a lot. But I agree, Ethan was a good character, and unlike Ben, we know little enough about him that he's still interesting.
Exactly, and that's really the draw.
Yeah, he hasn't lost his mystique yet. And
Ben, I think we know all too much about Ben.
Yeah, that's the thing. He's been hanging around too much, and he just doesn't. We see him in these weak positions, and he just doesn't have that draw. Like at the beginning of the season, when those scenes with Ben in the first episode of season 3, I thought were just crazy. I was like, oh god, whoa, because it was the first time we had seen him sort of in his element, except for the end of season 2.
Yeah.
And it every one of those scenes was really intense to me. But at a certain point, he's just around all the time, and it just gets boring.
He's like the uncle that moves in for a week, and he just doesn't leave.
And it's fun at first,
He's Uncle Ben.
Yeah. Ugh. but then he won't leave, and then you're not happy.
Yeah, you're like, God, he's just around. He's always watching like Perry Mason and Matlock on TV. Like
Matlock, of course.
Yeah. So what scene are we talking about here?
Maybe Columbo.
Columbo. Well, I could watch a little Columbo.
Oh, okay.
But
I wanted to say this new character, Isabel, like, you know, she comes in and we don't know anything about her, and now she's the like creepy, enigmatic character.
She's like Benita, man. She's like a female Ben. She's like tough and hard and in charge to a certain degree, and mysterious, like Ben was, you know.
Right.
And she's like coy, and she's got all the answers, you know, and like, you know, it's like great.
Ben part 2, but she hasn't been hanging around, you know, so she still has this. It's just weird, like you can only sustain that for so long unless you just don't show characters very much.
Yeah.
You know? It's the only way they can maintain that.
The same with like with Tom, like we found out so much about him, he became this like old bumbling guy. Like he's like, I'm gonna mosey on over here.
Yeah, I know. He can't. Man, he really scared me in season 1, and now it's just like that's who's behind all that.
Yeah,
come on, Tom.
Old Tommy.
Oh, but yeah. Anyway,
so Jack asked the question that's on everyone's mind: where's Juliet?
Right.
And she's with the rest of them. They're gonna read her verdict. I mean, which basically means she's already been tried.
Yeah.
So they're just gonna read it. You know, she says, you know, we're pretty strict about killing one of our own. Eye for an eye, another biblical reference.
Mm-hmm.
Old Testament.
Old Testament. Old Testament.
Oh yeah, it's so old. It's old. And then he says, "Who did she kill?" And the man that was gonna murder you. Man's gonna murder your friends.
Oh, now she tells us.
Wasn't so complicated.
That's Alex.
Yeah, wasn't so complicated. Alex managed to say it.
Yeah, she did pretty quickly.
Yeah, like a couple words there.
Yep.
No, and then she goes, "No wonder you're so worried about her. If it wasn't for you, she never would have done it." And which basically means she killed him because she knows how she cares about you, and she knows how much you care about your friends, because that's what she's saying. And so you should feel a little bit of guilt for her in this situation, Jack. And she goes, "That was 3 questions," which I want to count. Yeah, I guess it is 3 questions. Where's Juliet? Her verdict, and who did she kill? Because when she says 3 questions, I'm like, that wasn't 3 questions, but she's right. And then Jack says, "I saved your father because I said I would." And then I'm like, that's not a very good answer. She gave you 3 really good answers.
Yeah.
And you gave her 1 crappy answer.
Her answers had substance. His answer was a non-answer.
Yeah.
Because I said I would. Okay, thanks, Jack. That's extremely unhelpful.
And then so he's like, "Oh, is Ben still in charge? Get me out of this cage." And I'm like, why do you think Alex can get you out of the cage besides the fact she easily can?
Yeah.
I mean, she does it with ease, but I'm like...
Yeah, it wasn't a problem.
I guess she had her mischievous devil, you know, lockpicking kit or something.
Of course. You know, I thought it was odd that she destroyed the camera.
She just destroyed I mean, it'd be different if she, like, covered it up, but she, like, knocked it out.
Like, does she have, like, carte blanche? Could she just fuck up shit and
Dude, she's the boss's daughter.
I guess so. It makes her seem really bratty, like, ugh, fuck this. Ugh.
I mean, that's what she did. She came out and she's like, "Fuck you, camera."
It's like 30-year-old like Dharma equipment. Like,
yeah.
Damn.
Well, and that's the other thing. I felt like there's other cameras in that vicinity, like on those cages, than just that one. But I guess not, since she didn't cut out any other ones. But
like, I feel like that was the key one because it was the one that was on. You know,
but it's like, why does she think that the fact, you know, when she says, you know, I took care of the camera, they can't hear you, so you can tell me the truth. But it's like, he's locked in a cage with little to no hope of ever escaping. Why do you really think he's going to care about telling the truth? I mean, about why he saved her dad. You know, that's not a very malicious thing to sort of say. unless she thought.
Yeah, what's he gonna say that's gonna be so bad in the other's eye?
Yeah, exactly.
I save him because he's a bitch.
And who's even in? Nobody's even in the camera room. I guess they're recording all that stuff. Which I guess actually I think they might not be recording all that stuff because all the tapes you would need to do that would require a lot of resources to continuously record 24 hours a day on all those cameras. I really don't think they're recording that stuff. I really don't.
Realistically, they shouldn't be, but I think they could be.
You think they have just like boxes and boxes of Dharma brand tapes?
Something like that. Yeah. Like if they had a reason to have them record it, I think they'd make them do it.
Yeah,
but
and I guess they don't. They don't really record a lot. You know, they've only really been recording since Jackie and Sawyer have been on the mini island, presumably. Yeah. So I don't think they're recording, but
I don't either.
Alex seems to think they were.
But I feel like it's within the realm of possibility, but I doubt it.
Yeah.
I doubt it.
Okay, so...
You know, it's weird. Like, she's the boss's daughter. She can get away with this bullshit, but, like, she can't protect Carl. Like, Carl's just gonna die. Like, it's out of her hands.
I mean, what can she do to stop Carl from dying?
Ask Ben not to kill him?
I mean, I think she's done that already.
Yeah, I guess. And he's just like, no. Like, what? God,
I mean, if she can't knock it out with a slingshot, she can't solve any problems. That's really her answer to everything. I mean, if she can't like throw a rock at it, she can't fix it. If she can't dig a hole and put grass over it, she can't fix it.
Okay, fair enough.
She's limited. She's just Alex. I mean,
that's all she's got.
That's all she's got. She can dig a hole, and she can throw a rock.
Throw a rock, okay.
That's all she's got.
All right.
And I also wanted to say, and I don't think we mentioned this because I think it was just sort of understood, but I think I get confused now. The episode when we find out, I guess was it last episode when we find out that Alex is Ben's daughter.
It was not in Portland.
Yeah. So that is, I think that's specifically why Ben asked, did Alex ask about me back before the season, in the first part of the season? Oh, yeah,
definitely.
So we didn't sort of mention that, but I think it was obvious that that's really the reason why he was concerned, because that's his daughter.
And that's pretty much what everybody was speculating, that I thought was just silly.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, when that came out, they were like, "Ooh, she's his daughter," and I'm like, "Shut up, she's not his daughter." But it didn't occur to me that she could be his, daughter, but not really. Yeah, like that. I don't know. That possibility didn't really cross my mind. I was just like, "Come on, guys, she's not his daughter."
Yeah.
But yeah. Anyway, that's definitely why he did that. Even though that's still weird, like her whole thing where she lets Jack out and whatever.
Yeah, it's crazy. She's really asking for it. I mean, at some point she should be grounded, where she's like locked in a room so she can't cause any havoc. But
yeah, it seems like she has immunity, but she can't like change what they do.
Yeah. Plus, she's good for the plot.
Yeah, that too.
So the next scene we have Jack bustling into the surgery room. I wouldn't do that.
Oh God!
And I'm like,
I wrote that down.
It's so faux drama, dude. I mean, the guy was just fixing the wound. I wouldn't fix that wound because I need to be the one to do it, so I can ask Ben for a favor. Like,
well, he had like a needle. It looks like he was about to inject him with something, and I wrote down that there's no way Jack has any idea what he's about to do in that 1 second where he says that.
Yeah, I think he was basically, it's that kind of thing like, hey, the house is on fire, just to get somebody's attention, like,
yeah,
don't do that because I wouldn't do it, and stop, but I felt like he was either giving him some anesthesia or, just like, so he could work on the wound or something, or it was some sort of like antibiotics or something.
Yeah.
That he was going to do. Nothing like that would... I mean, it's like he was about to kill Ben or something.
Right.
But it was just weird.
But Jack, doesn't know that that's wrong.
Yeah. He's basically stop, because I need to talk to him.
Yeah. Wouldn't do that. Yeah, that's a thing people do. I've seen that.
But most of the time it makes sense.
Yeah.
But, not this time.
Yeah, most of the time it's like they're about to kill themselves or something.
Yeah, something crazy. And
they're about to set off a train. Didn't it happen with the dolls at one point?
Yeah, somebody, I think it was Kate. He was like, "Oh, don't," and she picks it up, and then they get what was it? Trapped in a cage together.
Yeah,
no, caught in a net.
Yeah.
They got caught in a
net. Please.
Oh, is that what the kids are calling it these days? Caught in a net, huh? All right, Jack.
But I think later in the season finale, when they're trekking, I think they see another doll, and I think maybe Sawyer's about to pick it up, and Kate stops him, and then they have that conversation about the fact that they got caught in a net, and he realizes they meant it literally.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Yeah. So I think that was one of those. I don't know if she says I wouldn't do that, but something like that.
Yeah, like no, don't or something.
Yeah.
Well, what's really weird about this whole situation with Jack wanting to fix Ben for this favor of sparing Juliet is like, I mean, I'm no doctor, but is it really that complicated to like tend to his infection? I feel like that guy who was doing it would be capable, and I feel like Juliet too, to a certain degree, would be capable of making sure that the infection doesn't spread and all that stuff. I mean, Jack does say, paralysis and all this stuff could be a factor, and so maybe it's more serious than it seems. But I just thought it was sort of a little tenuous that he's like this idea that, I need to be the only one to do it because it's such a big deal when it doesn't really seem like that big a deal. But I'm not a doctor. Yeah,
I'm not either. I have no idea. It could just be a plot thing, or it could be realistic. I really don't know.
Mm-hmm. They needed some way for Jack to be able to use his services, again.
Yeah.
And it's like, wow, he already saved his life. He can't.
Oh, Jack, I have this tumor somewhere else now.
Yeah, I got another tumor in my foot. Like, yeah.
And if you get it out for me, then I'll really take you home.
Exactly. I'll take you home twice.
2 times.
I'll take you home, I'll bring you back, and I'll take you home again.
Oh, God. Yeah, I think... But I don't know. I mean, surgery like that, it seems like it could be maybe a problem to me. But I'm also not a doctor.
What?
So...
it's on your business card. Well,
but it's a good point.
We get that great line. I'd be much more impressed with you people if you had a good surgeon. Which I like that line because it's Jack is a surgeon, so obviously he'd be impressed if they had one.
Right. Well, and also like it seems like a good thing that people have been saying. Like, why don't they have someone who knows what they're doing?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and then we get that line sort of thrown in his face. Yeah, we had an excellent one, Jack. Ethan, remember that guy?
Yeah, you might have met him once or twice.
Yeah, exactly. He may have kicked your ass before.
Oh, if you don't stop following me, I'll kill one of them. Ring a bell.
Ring a bell. Ring a bell. Kidnapping Claire. Ring a bell. The zombie that we sent after you, ring a bell.
The zombie clone. Please.
Oh, zombie clone. Well, the first one was just the zombie, and then the second one was the zombie clone, because the zombie died.
Exactly.
They cloned the zombie.
How
can a zombie die, you say? Well, we all know that answer.
Oh, God. So, let's talk about what issues this raises. It's a great answer. I love it. But why would they send their only surgeon on a mission like that?
Ha 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 ha. That's my answer. You get a laugh.
Oh, okay. That works. There you go.
You get a laugh.
Get a laugh. Oh, it's complicated.
Yeah, it's complicated. I really like this sandwich. Thanks.
The sandwich is great.
The sandwich is great. I think I feel like, okay, well, that's a good question. I think that
it's what everybody brought up, and it seems like digging out of the why don't you have a surgeon hole got them into a why did you send your surgeon on a dangerous mission hole.
Yeah, I think it wasn't specifically. I don't think they thought it was going to be that dangerous. I think that's really my answer. Is that he was only supposed to just infiltrate them, which he did fairly easily, and then get names. Now, and then I think once they find out Claire's pregnant and whatever reasons that they want the baby, I think it behooves Ethan to be involved with her kidnapping to a certain point. I mean, I guess someone else could have done it, but I think once they find out about Claire and that once they want Claire, I think it makes sense that Ethan is involved. And also, I think that coupled with the fact that once they do take Claire, they have this relationship because she sort of knows him from knowing him before, and he's not sort of a stranger, even though he did kidnap her, but she doesn't remember that, so it doesn't matter.
Right.
So I think it's just one of those sticky situations. There's not a great reason. But I don't think there's a really compelling reason. I
can see it up to the point where Claire escapes and they send Ethan to get her back. At that point, it seems like you should know there might be danger involved.
Well, but I think it seems like you lost her, you get her back.
Yeah, but still, if as valuable as that sort of knowledge is, it seems like you would punish him in some other way. Don't sacrifice your surgeon.
And just from what we've seen, to play devil's advocate, it doesn't seem like besides from Ben's surgery, they haven't really needed a surgeon. So maybe they weren't thinking like this guy's
just
really.
Just because they haven't doesn't mean they won't. I mean, it's
true.
It's a nice thing to have when you're an isolated community.
And don't forget they have access to the outside world. So maybe they're thinking, we can go if somebody needs something, we can go get somebody else or whatever. I just don't think
the sky turned purple.
Well, that was all before that. But I really don't think they were thinking about that. I really don't. I think for whatever reason, Ethan was in a position, sort of higher up in the hierarchy of people doing stuff, and he's up there with Goodwin. And I think the fact that he's a surgeon, is different from the fact he's got this position in their group. So it was just unfortunate that he is their only good surgeon, but nevertheless, he still had his skills and his job to do, and he had to do it. So
it's interesting to note that, because I think there was some discussion about maternity leave, whether Ethan was just sort of playing the part of the medical guy or not. And this is sort of confirmation of that.
Yeah, it definitely seemed like he was pretending. I mean, part of that was because everything seemed fake in that scene. It was just so surreal. And he, this guy that we've seen before is wearing this like medical jacket and is this,
right.
And it's like you're just playing dress up and like, why are you? I think we talked about that before. I was like, how does he know how to like insert the needle and not hurt the baby and all that stuff? And now we know that he's a surgeon. It's interesting that, and this is quintessential Lost, like getting the answer that Ethan was a surgeon 20 years after it was relevant.
Yeah, God, that took a while.
It's so crazy. It's like that's why it's like any little mystery has the possibility of being answered at some point because it'll just pop up. It's like nobody cared anymore about whether or not Ethan was a doctor or what his deal was, and now it's like, oh yeah, he was a surgeon. Okay, let's move on.
That's the thing. A lot of times, mysteries like that you'll talk about forever, they can just be like a quick line in some episode, like years later.
Yeah, exactly. And
you're like, oh, okay, well, I like it though. I think it was good.
No, it was really good because it was sort of like what's the word I'm looking for? I don't know what the word I'm looking for. What's the word? Like, I feel stupid. I can't think of other word. But like Jack is like, oh, I wish you guys had a good surgeon. And the Ben's like, yeah, we did. The guy that you killed or whatever. It was a really good comeback. I guess that's what I'm trying to say.
Touche.
Yeah, it was a good like touche line. It was like, yeah, no, we did. Like, remember that guy? Mm-hmm. Anyway,
and also, it's something about this episode, like one of the qualities of this episode that I liked at least, is that it has this continuity with what we've seen before with the others. Like, Jack actually bringing up what they did, and the little kid bringing up Ana Lucia, and then this thing about Ethan being the surgeon. Like, it connects things that before, like, nobody has mentioned this stuff, before, and it always seemed like disconnected from what's happened before.
Uh-huh.
And it's nice to feel like it's coming together. To feel like this stuff is all related somehow. That it's not just a random series of events that they're trying to force together.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So I got the sense, like, from the first part of the season that, like, the others they're all about this now, and all that stuff that came before, oh, forget about that. That they were going to try to, like, just sweep it under the rug and not address it.
Mm-hmm.
So I was just glad to see them bringing up those things in this episode. So
awkward pause. No, I agree. It's nice that they brought that stuff up. What's also nice is when Ben sort of
segue.
Ben sort of like gets up a little bit and looks at the door and sees Alex, and he like sighs and like puts his head down. And I love that. That's one of the few times that Ben has, we've peered through that veneer that he has. He's like, oh crap, not Alex again, like my own daughter, like god damn it, like what's going on? I like that little bit of humanity that he has, I guess, or he's sort of embarrassed, I think, to a certain degree of what's going on, because he sort of has this persona of being this big bad leader and no holds bar, ruthless, whatever. Mm-hmm. But then he's foiled by his little daughter. You know what I mean? Like she can't. It's basically making him look bad, to a certain degree. And I just like that look. And when he sort of sighs and puts his head down, it's like, oh God, Alex, you again? Like, what are you doing to me? You're ruining my rep here.
That it was like a real emotion as opposed to his usual like.
Faux
enigmatic, everything's like some kind of
I knew that. Yeah, like I knew that already, and nothing's a surprise to me, But it was like, it was definitely a surprise to him.
Something genuine instead of his usual, lying about everything.
Yeah, my name is Henry Gale.
God.
My wife Jennifer died. I buried her.
I'm from Minnesota, and oh God. This didn't even occur to me until just now. Like, would he recognize Danielle? Like, do you think he knew who she was?
I think it all depends on the circumstances of how the baby was taken. She claims, that she saw the smoke that night or whatever, and then they came in the night and took the baby. Mm-hmm. For all we know, like, she could have been, sick or something, maybe the baby was somewhere by itself and they found it, and so it could be that Ben didn't even know where the baby came from, which I don't really buy, but it could be something like that. But I think I'll just make a stand and say, I think he know where Alex came from and who the mother is. I don't think he knows that Danielle is still alive, though.
Oh, okay. So in that scene, you don't think he thought, hey, maybe this woman is my daughter's mom?
No, exactly. Yeah, I don't think so.
Okay.
Yeah, which makes me think that he sort of rescued Alex to a certain degree. Maybe Rousseau was off killing Robert, and the rest of her team, and they found baby Alex and didn't know what was going on. Maybe they found some of the dead bodies or something, and maybe didn't know what to make of the situation, or maybe if the sickness is real, they were worried about the baby getting infected, and they take kids anyway. Mm-hmm. So for all those reasons and more, communism is bad.
It's just interesting to note that Alex is like, existing as Ben's daughter, and Danielle and Ben were like, right next to each other in an episode.
Do you think that if Ben knew that he took the baby from a French castaway, that when he came across this French lady, obviously on the island, that he would just at least think maybe that's the same lady. Now, either he doesn't know that, or he knows that and he just didn't say anything.
Yeah.
I mean, what's he gonna do? Hey, I got your daughter.
Well, yeah, I know, but it's just, I don't know. It makes that scene weird.
It does make the scene weird.
When they have such a strong connection. It never, at the time, and up until very recently, it never occurred to me that might be the case.
Yeah.
That he would actually raise her daughter that we've been hearing about for so long. So anyway, yeah, I don't know. And they probably didn't even know at the time. The actors, at least.
Yeah. What if here's another crazy little theory. What if one of Danielle's team members like took the baby and brought it to the others? Like like for some reason this person knew about the others or something, or I don't know. But I was just thinking, what if somehow the baby was brought to the others, but the person who brought the baby to the others died or whatever, or wasn't able to take care of it, so Ben took over. So he wasn't necessarily taking care of Alex from the time that they got her, but maybe a little bit afterwards or something like that. And so the others didn't necessarily steal the baby, but somebody who Russo didn't kill yet. Because if Russo is crazy and is killing her teammates, maybe this person was like, oh God, she's just going to kill everybody. She's going to kill the baby. And so this person leaves with the baby and maybe stumbles across the others and then gives the baby to them. And this person is either still around and didn't raise Alex as their own, or something else, or died or something. I could see that. I could see that happening. I could definitely see, because if you're in that situation where this lady is killing your friends and colleagues, she's obviously insane, and you might think she's going to kill the baby too. So I could see them, and that could be a thing, like the with the smoke that was there that night that that the baby was taken. The person who was part of the team who took Alex, ran towards the smoke, ran towards signs of other life. So, and then ran into the others. I could see that happening.
Yeah, I could too. Yeah, I agree.
Well, there we go. We'll see if it happens. We'll see if they'll ever talk about it.
Yeah, I think, my current theory that hasn't been revised in a while was that Danielle shot them because she was crazy. But, which could still be the case, actually, with that
it's
theory. Definitely
still the case, yeah.
But as far as the baby taken, I'd always assumed they took it, like, from her arms, Like Walt, they came up and were like, "We're gonna take your baby," and and then they took it, and that was it. But yeah, that very well could be the case,
especially since she didn't have a lot of details about how the baby was taken. All she knows that the baby was gone when that smoke came, and that the others did it. The others who she's never seen.
Right. God, that nonsense.
Yeah, exactly. So I think it might make sense if somebody from her team, that the idea that she never actually saw how the baby was taken. She just knows that somebody else took the baby. So,
right.
That's interesting.
Okay, very good, very good.
Thank you. Where are we? What are we doing? Okay, so
interesting thoughts all.
What are we talking about? Lost?
The Ben. I came for the Heroes podcast.
This is the Heroes podcast, right?
What's going on, guys?
Man, when Hero and Ando were like watching the gunfight and they're in that little bus thing. Okay, never mind.
Yeah, and then I've never seen it.
Okay, that's good. You should watch it.
Maybe I will.
Peter's got the best power. That's all I'm gonna say.
Okay.
He's got the best one.
I think the one who can stop time wins.
Well, the thing about Peter is he can absorb people's power. So if he's like around you for
I didn't know that.
If he's around you for some amount of time, we're not sure how long it takes. But once he's around you, he can use your power, and then even when he's not around you, he can still use that power.
But you know what sucks about him? Even though that's great, if no one had any powers, he wouldn't have any powers.
Well, no, he would have that power, but it would be useless. So he would still have power, but it would be useless.
He would effectively not have any power.
But the point is, people have power, so he's the most powerful one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a good point. But he's probably not as good at using it as the people who have it.
But he can learn how. I mean, how hard is it to be invisible or to fly? He can do it.
Let me tell you, it's no walk in the park.
Well, I walked in the park once, and that was pretty easy.
Oh, okay. Well, good point. I don't know why I said that.
I don't either. I'm lost. I don't know what you or I are talking about. Besides the fact that
back to Lost, right?
Yeah. Okay, yeah. So anyway, Jack proposes, hey, I'll help you. You help Juliet. We all win. Yada yada yada. Nudge, nudge, nudge. Wink, wink,
And
wink.
Juliet will, well...
Yeah. And then he goes, and Ben says, I've already given you a ticket off of the island. You're like, what else is this going to cost me? I'm like, well, first of all, Ben, you're giving him a ticket off, but what's the date on this ticket? Like, when can Jack cash this ticket in? Like...
Yeah, it seems like if that's true, he should have been able to leave already.
Yeah, I'm like, they're just... And Jack's not even questioning, like, how long it's going to be before you, uphold your end of the agreement. Like, he's just like, oh, I guess I'm just here. And then and then earlier he thought he was going to die. Like, they were just going to kill him. And it's Jack. I mean, obviously Jack doesn't know what's going on. He's just playing the hand he's dealt. But anyway, I thought it was weird that Ben sort of reiterate that he does have a ticket off the island.
Yeah.
But it's like, well, how can I use this ticket? Where do I have to go to leave?
Right. Yeah, it's like, okay, well, you have a ticket off the island, but...
But your ticket's invalid.
It was weird to me that he said that and that Jack didn't question it.
He didn't question it.
But, I don't know.
It makes me feel like the writers know what's going on in terms of Jack getting off the island with this ticket, and so that makes Ben and Jack know, so they have this intrinsic knowledge that they really shouldn't have.
Oh, Yeah, that makes sense.
So anyway, he goes, your people are in the room deciding whether or not to execute Juliet. And I thought it was surprising that Ben didn't seem to really... Did he seem surprised to you that they were about to execute Juliet?
Yeah, I wasn't clear on that. This whole plot confused me because it did seem like he didn't really know that was going on.
Yeah.
Like, what? They're doing what? But then he has the power to stop it, which makes me think, how could they not tell him? If he has the power to, like, stop this, how does he not know? It seems like someone would report this to him. Like, how would he not know,
Yeah. It was, from the lines, it doesn't seem like he doesn't know, but from the look he gives, it's like, I don't know, he seems surprised. So maybe that was just sort of a misleading... acting thing that he seems to be surprised.
Maybe he's supposed to be surprised that he wants to help Juliet.
Maybe that's what it is. Okay. Juliet doesn't care about you, Jack. Doesn't matter what she's done. No matter what you think, she's one of us.
Sort of.
Yeah, sort of. That's why she wants to leave, right? Because she's one of you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, she's about as far from one of us.
And that's the other thing too. It's like she got a ticket off the island for helping Ben, but I guess now that she killed Pickett, it's like, hey, you know what? We're gonna kill you for killing Pickett, and then we'll send you off the island dead. Sorry,
right.
We'll uphold our end of the bargain, but you'll be dead.
Yeah, like it seems like if you do something, it can negate a ticket, which I figured what Jack did negated his ticket.
Nope.
I figured Ben would be like, well, you had a ticket, but, you decided to, pretend to try to kill me.
You shit all over that ticket, Jack. I'd love if he would have said that. Oh, man.
Yeah, that would be good.
Yeah, that'd be awesome. I wish the show was on, HBO. It'd be awesome.
What about my ticket, Ben? You shit all over that
You
ticket,
shit all over that ticket, Jack. Just like you shit all over everything.
You shit all over your dad.
You shit all over your marriage, Jack. Don't shit where you sleep, Jack. And you shit where you do everything. Oh, man. That'd be awesome. That
would be awesome.
The ratings would go up. Come on.
Absolutely. How could they not?
How could they not go up
Jack
with that?
shits all over everything.
Oh, no. Next on Lost, Jack shits on everything.
What are you doing, Jack?
What does it look like I'm doing?
Oh, God.
So, does Isabel have a walkie? Why do you need a walkie? Don't you guys have telepathy? Come on, guys.
Oh, God.
Come on.
Back down that road.
Oh man, they really don't have telepathy.
They so don't have telepathy.
Man, that explains a little bit. Explain a lot of a small portion
So
of
a little bit.
a lot of a small portion of the show,
Right. Mm-hmm.
which might just be a medium amount. But
It was a nice theory while it lasted.
It was nice. It was very nice. I really enjoyed it. And remember the crazy theory about the island? The island takes people's voices, and that's what the whispers are. These disembodied voices.
Uh-huh.
You
I remember
know,
that, yeah.
I mean, that's what it says in the captions too. Disembodied voices, and I'm just like, well, maybe the island. I'm still holding on to that still could be true because we still don't know what the whispers are. So
No,
that's up for grabs.
I wanted to say. When we get to Cindy, I'm going to say a little something about the whispers.
Cindy Windy.
Cindy Windy.
So Ben's like, give me something to write on, blah, blah, blah. It seems like you could just go take a walkie to Isabel, but that's okay. We'll just have you write a note.
This way, he gets to write something that can be a surprise to them.
Yeah, exactly. So the next scene, we have Jack following Archer, in the seedy Phuket alleyways. She goes into the tattoo parlor, and he's like, oh, so you're a tattoo artist. That's a big secret. I'm not a tattoo artist. Even though I do tattoo people. That's not what I do. Well, that's what I do. That's not what I do. It's like, wait, what are you saying? Anyway, it's not decoration. It's definition.
I think it's one of those things where she sees it as demeaning to call it tattoo art. Like,
it's not a skit. It's a sketch.
Yeah, exactly.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, I get it. I get it. It was just, I'm just poking fun for no reason.
I agree, though. That whole line is kind of whatever.
It was kind of weird because, like, the way the scene is shot, when he walks in, you actually see her through the mirror. Like, I don't know if you did, but I mean, it's pretty obvious to sort of see her.
I did.
And like, it's weird because he walks in, and usually when in a scene like this, you walk in and you don't know where the person is, which is how they tried to play it out. But since that mirror is there in the shot, the first shot, like, you see where she is. So I'm like, well, she's standing right there. And then
I didn't see her. I thought he didn't see her.
Well, he may not have seen her. But I at least get the sense that she saw him through the reflection, because when they cut to her in the mirror, she's sort of staring at him. So I sort of feel like, he walked in, he didn't really see her, but she saw him through the reflection and just was sort of contemplating what to do about this and sort of pissed off, and then she says something and then he sees her. But
right,
I think it's just a little technical flaw in how they shot that scene, that you sort of see where she is immediately in the scene. But
yeah,
maybe everyone didn't see that, but. So anyway, they have the whole thing, and it's like, it's not decoration, it's definition, which I sort of like that line. And then, I guess my question is, before we talk about the next part, is why does marking what one is mean anything? What significance does that have to have who you are tattooed on you? What do you think? Oh, really? Well,
I mean, I guess. Wow. I'm.
See, I asked the hard hitting questions here.
I got nothing. I don't know. I mean, I guess I felt like her. The fact that she can see who people are is the big thing.
Yeah.
But then, as far as getting it marked on you, I guess it's like some kind of "this is me" thing, like getting your name tattooed on you or something.
Yeah, which I never understand.
Yeah, but I feel like it's in that vein at least.
It's like, in case you forget, this is your name.
Like, you're who you are.
I get it. I get it. A symbolic representation of who you are. I get that. I mean, that's really what tattoos are all about, is reflecting who you are. But I felt like, I guess my question was, does it have any bigger significance than what tattoos sort of mean in general? That's really the sort of general significance of a tattoo, is expressing yourself and who you are. And I guess the answer is maybe not. There's no bigger thing than that.
I guess the idea is that she's supposed to really be able to see who you are and put it on you. Whereas normally, if someone gets a tattoo, they like pick something out that they like, and they can't necessarily see who they are themselves.
Yeah, okay, I'll buy that. Like, yeah, she's the world's best tattoo artist because she can tell you specifically what you want. But does that mean you're really gonna like it? What if you don't like it?
You have no choice.
You have no choice but to
It's
like
who
it.
you are. You have to like it.
But what if you don't like the design?
Then you don't like yourself.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, well, I guess you have all the answers. What else was I gonna? I had another question.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it's one of those things. I mean, she just puts Chinese characters. You know, how bad can it be?
Yeah. Are we supposed to believe that she didn't do the stars and the 5 either?
I guess so. I mean, we didn't see him when they when the brother looks at the tattoo.
Oh, they weren't there?
No.
Oh, okay, then yeah, that makes sense.
So the other stuff is still unexplained.
I could just see her like, okay, now Jack, this is who you are. Now let me draw something pretty.
Pretty. And you know what I think? I'm just gonna throw out my usual what's it called? Writer's cop-out theory.
Okay.
Which is, I think the writers like didn't know what to do with the 5 and the like whatever. Like they were just like, I don't know what to do with this. So they had Isabel say that line. Oh, those are cute, but the Chinese, that was what they wanted to focus on because they could come up with a story for that.
Yeah.
And so I feel like they just want to kind of sweep the other part under the rug and say, "Oh, forget about that. That's just silly decoration."
Well, and I think the 5 does have a little bit of significance in terms of Jack's story. The stars.
Yeah, it does.
Do.
A lot. I read that in a lot of places, and that makes sense in terms of his story. I guess. Yeah, maybe we'll find out that's why. That would be an easy thing to write.
Yeah, it'd be easy to write. Like she could just say, not Isabel, but I mean, what's her name? Archer could have said something about 5 is significant to you,
Mm-hmm.
and not even say any more than that. Why she would know that? Well, she's got a gift. So.
Yeah.
What was I gonna say? Okay. Plus, he's got this other like pyramid type thing on there too. There's some other big sort of shape on there, and so there's a lot going on in that tattoo, Mr. Foxy.
Indeed.
So the next thing is, Jack's an outsider. He can't get tattooed, I guess the next question is why. Why is that against their custom to tattoo an outsider?
Oh man! Asking about why and something like that.
I mean, why, Justin? It's a simple question. Why do good things happen to bad people? Please. This isn't any harder question than that.
I mean, I would say probably in the long run because originally people lived in isolated areas and they developed their own customs and being with your own people was sort of advantageous, I guess. And so there's this general thing that outsiders aren't allowed to participate in, your people's rituals and stuff. And
yeah,
I think it's a general thing.
It's a general custom. No, I mean, that's definitely true. I mean, not that I don't think it. I mean, obviously it makes sense. I'm not questioning that. I just wonder if there's any outside reason. I mean, you hear of this idea of not teaching like martial arts to outside. Bruce Lee was getting in trouble for when he came to America teaching martial arts to non Chinese people. So
yeah, and I think I hate to sort of judge that, I guess, but it doesn't make any sense to me.
But it's wrong. Hate to judge it, but you're wrong, people.
Like, I wouldn't care, but I don't place any value on that sort of thing.
Yeah.
So, like, maybe if I did, it would bother me. I don't know. It doesn't make sense to me, but I can't, I'm not really, plugged into that sort of thing.
I mean, it's similar to the fact that you won't podcast with anyone but me. You think it's sort of against your general principles, right?
Interesting. Well, what about our special guest? Didn't I allow him?
No.
Okay. The answer's no. Okay. It's similar to that. Well,
you never addressed Jennifer directly. That's the thing.
Oh, okay.
You're only talking to me.
I see.
All right. And then my next question is, why does Jack even want to get that tattooed? He seems like he just wants to get it because she doesn't want to give it to him. Like, oh really?
Yeah.
Then give it to me.
Right. No, I won't. Give it to me!
Yeah. And then give me a sandwich.
I agree. Like, if she was like, okay, he'd be like, well, I don't really want a tattoo. Like,
yeah, no, that was her. No.
Yeah, it does seem like he just... It's kind of irrational. I don't really understand Jack in this scene. Like, slamming her against the wall, and there's something weird about this. I don't think it comes off right. He seems too, like, weird.
Yeah, it seems like maybe part of it was that he didn't sort of believe what she said, and maybe when he says, "Now put it on me," it's sort of daring her to put that on him because he doesn't because I really can't imagine at this point of his life that he thinks he's a great man. I mean that's not, no offense, but I mean just the stuff that sort of happened to him. You know, he hasn't really proven himself to be a leader or a great man in any huge respect. You know, when he saved
Sarah, and they said she would never mock again, and
that doesn't make him a leader. That might make him a great man.
I agree.
Definitely makes him a good surgeon.
It's like he's a leader because of Lost, not because of what he's done before now.
Yeah, I mean, on the island, this stuff becomes true. But it seems like they were trying to get some drama and some anger from Jack from, you know, this makes you lonely, frightened, and angry, you know, because he is feeling those things because this is presumably right after the breakup with Sarah, so he's sort of pissed about that too. And so, you know, it's like she's, you know, digging into an old wound, and so he was supposed to be reacting. Like, that's his reaction to this whole thing. Is not that he really wants a tattoo, but he's just reacting to her saying this. So, okay, yeah, now put it on me. And I agree. I don't understand where he's coming from with this whole scene, and he's... I think there's a lot of emotion, a lot of weird emotions going on here because he feels, you know, taken advantage of and lied to, and then he doesn't see what the big deal is, and so he's sort of just going crazy. He's probably been drinking, so... You know, alcoholism runs in the family.
Mm-hmm. Certainly does.
So, anyway, she tattoos him, and, you know, this is against my people, and then he puts her, you know, against the wall, and blah, 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 and then there will be consequences, Jack. Now, do you think there's consequences outside of his getting beat up and sent off out of Thailand?
I assume that's what she meant. I mean, what other consequences could there be?
Man, the first thing I thought, which obviously isn't true, but I thought, whoa, maybe this is why the plane crashed.
Oh God!
You know, well, I was thinking this idea of, like, you know, it's so against, you know, their people for not just because of this sort of customary reason, but some larger universal reason that his getting this tattoo could have, you know, future effects like the plane. I mean, obviously the plane crash, we know why that happened, but, like, you know, sort of bad luck effects to him in the future. I feel like there's I don't know. I want there to be more than just his getting beat up.
Yeah. Oh, we all do. But unfortunately I think that's it.
Just the way she says it, like, you know, she's not like, you know, there'll be some unhappy people or something or whatever. There'll be consequences. There always are. Well, Jack, you're right. There always are consequences to actions. You're so astute, Jack.
Can't lose with that one.
Yeah. It'd be great if you said there never are. She'd be like, what? Just give me the tattoo. Okay, so we're going to move to the next scene, right?
Mm-hmm.
Man, this podcast is longer than I thought it was going to be.
Yeah. I had a feeling.
Oh, you always have a feeling. Shut up. Jack, let's see. So...
Right.
Don't you always have a feeling? Am I making that up?
No, I don't always have a feeling.
You always have a feeling. Okay. You claim you don't, but...
Oh, I want to say one more thing about this scene.
Oh, God.
Sorry. The stuff that she says about Jack, I mean, it's pretty much like stuff about Jack that, you know, we've known for a long time.
Yeah.
And it's once again going against my. I feel like if we're not, I feel like this flashback, besides the tattoos, was pretty superfluous. It didn't really work for me. It was kind of weak, The sort of romance turns into mystery, turns into he gets beat up,
Oh, the classic story.
Yeah.
Girl meets boy, girl tattoos boy, boy gets beat up by other boys.
Yeah, pretty much. I just thought it was a weak flashback. I just wanted to throw that out there.
Yeah, it wasn't that great. I sort of feel like Archer is the kind of character that they put in there, and it's going to mean bigger things than just what his tattoo is about. I don't know if we'll see her again or something like that, but I feel like there's more going on than because a lot of times in flashbacks they set up like a little thing, and then they like pick it up with that thing in a different flashback later on.
Mm-hmm.
Don't ask me for any examples. So I don't know. Maybe it's something like that.
You're right though. I think they did do that a couple of times.
Yeah.
Even though I don't have examples either.
Good. One of the things I want to mention really quickly, since we're talking about the tattoos and the meaning and the episode, most people probably know this, but Stranger in a Strange Land, the title, is based on a book by Robert Heinlein. So I don't think we said that, but I just wanted to mention that. It's a hugely popular, widely held science fiction book, novel. Just wanted to mention that tidbit.
Right. Very famous.
And the book is about, what is it about? Like a human raised on Mars by Martians, and then he returns to Earth when he's an adult. Which, this idea of Stranger in a Strange Land is presumably supposed to reflect Jack and Phuket. Although, is the land really that strange? I don't know. He got along pretty well.
Yeah.
Met a lady pretty quick.
Certainly did.
Had a little Thai food. Not so strange.
Yeah.
I haven't read the book, so I don't know if there's any other similarities or things we're supposed to draw from that connection. So I can't be any help there. But if anybody of our audience has read this book and know of any interesting connections, let us know.
Call in, guys.
Yeah, don't call in. You can write in. Because I'd be interested to know. I mean, the writers always pull out these literary references. I mean, it's a thing to do. It's interesting, so... There's probably nothing more to that than just the basic idea of the story.
Yeah, we already had Tale of Two Cities, so this is part 2 in that series.
So let's go on to the next scene. I think we skipped the Cindy thing, the Cindy scene.
Oh yeah, I think you're right.
I think I skipped it in my notes here. That was
we made passing reference to it, I think, but
let's go talk about that scene. That was right after. Well, we have the scene where. Oh God, where is it? Jack is being interrogated, and the next scene is Artura comes to Jack's little bungalow in the night, and she basically says there's things you can never understand, and although it gets pretty simple once she tells him what it is.
Right.
And then
very quickly and succinctly.
Yeah, and so the next scene, Jack wakes up.
This is some kind of like tradition in writing, I think. I've heard stuff like that so many times, and it always comes down to such an easy explanation.
I've written lines like that myself. It's more interesting because if she tells him what's going on right now, then we don't have the drama of the scene later.
Right.
And it adds to the mystery and the complexity of what's going on. Oh, you could never understand, blah blah blah. And but it'll be pretty simple once you explain it. That's the problem. And the real challenge is to be able to say there are things you can never understand, and then later have the scene, the confrontation where you tell them, and then have them actually not able to understand. Mm-hmm. I mean, that's really, for legitimate reasons, have it become true that you just can't understand what's going on. So
right. Yeah, that'd be nice.
That doesn't happen too often.
No, they always understand.
They always understand.
Oh, man. Just classic.
So in this next scene, the Cindy scene, Jack wakes up in his cage and there's people sort of all milling about right in front, and he's instantly like pissed off and starts yelling at them, and he assumes that they're others, which I guess technically they might be. I don't know how you define others, but you know, and then Cindy sort of comes up and introduces herself, and he sort of remembers who she is, and right before, you know, we get let me go to the transcript, Bob. Let's go to the transcript. Bob, roll the transcript, Bob. Bob, are you sleeping, Bob?
What? No Bob?
Bob? What? No Bob. Bob got fired? What? Oh, jeez. Can I have his parking spot? So she goes, you know, what are you doing here? I thought you were taken. I thought you were captured. She goes, well, it's not that simple.
Here we go again.
Which is the same as saying it's complicated.
It's like, yeah, there are things you could never understand. It's complicated. Oh, it's not that simple. This is all like, God, they're just really going to that this episode.
Yeah, they really like that. They really like that.
We don't want her to answer for real, so she did start to say they're not. I think she was going to say they're, you know, something along the lines of they're not here to hurt us, or they're not bad, or they're not, you know, they're the opposite of what you think they are. Yeah. And
then she was just thought, well, you know, there's a lot going on, or I don't know. They're not alive, Jack.
Oh God.
They're all dead.
Yikes.
That'd be weird. And so he goes, well, what are you doing right now? What are you doing here? We're here to watch, Jack. Watch what? And right when she's about to tell him, Emma, the little girl, comes up and
thanks, Emma.
And whispers, because she can't talk out loud, I guess.
No.
Or maybe because
maybe the island stole her voice.
Well, I think it's more realistic that if she had a speaking line, they'd have to pay her more money.
Oh.
Yeah. Like your rate,
ruin my theories.
Your rate for being like you know, a sort of non-speaking actor to having one line is really big. Like, and then having multiple lines is a smaller increment. But having that one line bumps you up. Bumps you up.
But what if the island?
Yeah, well, the island is not part of SAG, okay?
Oh man, that would be a surprise.
That would be a surprise. Surprise! I'm the president of SAG. I'm the island. Smokey's the vice president.
Wow. Of course.
Well, now I know why Hollywood's so crazy. It's got a magical island running the Screen Actors Guild. No wonder Hollywood's crazy.
Oh God.
So, and then, you know, she says, "What is it, sweetheart?" And Emma asks about Anna Lucia, and Cindy relays the message, and I love Jack's response because it's, you know, no one's thought about Anna Lucia in a long time, including Jack, but he's like, oh my God, like, are you kidding me? You know how long ago and how many adventures ago that was?
Yeah,
like,
I know. It really shocked me. I'm like, whoa.
Yeah.
Anna Lucia seems like a million years away.
Yeah.
Like, back when that stuff happened, I mean, I know it's only been like a couple weeks, but it feels like forever to me.
Yeah, and it's like, yeah. And then you wonder, like, I mean, obviously the little kid might not know, but you wonder how much that the others in general know about who's dead, who's alive, whatever.
Yeah. I mean, you know, Miss Clue sent Michael to go get, you know, Ben back, and, you know, it does make me wonder. I mean, some people knew that he went to do that, and, you know, not that they necessarily knew that he killed those people, but they might have known something. I don't know. Yeah. They knew Walt left if they were, you know, if Walt was around them at some point. So, you know.
I'm really surprised Jack didn't tell Cindy that Anna Lucia was dead, to, like, sort of, you know, rub it in her face. Like, you know where she is? She's dead. She's dead. Mm-hmm. Like, you know, I'm really surprised. I mean, maybe because the little girl was there or something. I don't know. But I thought that was weird, because I thought that would be really something to, you know, oh, what happened to lovely Alu? Like, oh yeah, lovely Alu, well, she's dead because of you guys. Well, not really, but
I think they're at least partially to blame.
Yeah.
I mean, Michael definitely, you know. I like to believe he could have found another way, but nonetheless,
Did should Jack really know that Cindy was kidnapped?
Yeah, I mean, presumably somebody told him.
But I mean, in terms of what we saw, no one ever told him, right?
No, we're gonna have to assume that happened off screen.
Okay, that's fine. I was just wondering if we ever actually saw somebody say,
"Yeah." I don't know for sure. I guess it's possible, but I don't remember that.
I don't remember that. I mean, they were too embroiled with Shannon being dead and Saeed being tortured and whatever and.
But it makes sense to me, especially when him and Ana Lucia were having that army fiasco.
Good.
That she might have brought up.
The Army Chronicles. Yeah, the Army chapter of that book.
Oh man, probably one of the biggest go nowhere plots of season 2.
Chapter 1, the Army. Well. Today was a slow day for the Army. No one wanted to join. Chapter 2. No one still wants to join. This army is boring. Chapter 15.
2 people count as an army?
Yeah, chapter 15. Maybe 2 people counts as an army. Maybe this is an army after all. What was the bad portion of the book?
Chapter 20. There's only one of us left.
Is there such thing as a one-man army? I've heard of a one-man band. Can you have a one-man army?
Oh God, that's really
That's a slow reader.
Yeah. That's
that book,
one of the very boring. Hopefully, we'll never get the other 48 days for the army.
Yeah,
it would be a really crappy episode.
That's not a book they'll read in the book club.
No.
Yeah, that'd be really slow. Oh man, I can just see like Jack and Aunt Lucia like sitting despondent on a rock, and it's like day 1. Day 2, day 3, like doesn't change. Day 4, day 5. It just counts to 48.
That's all they got.
All they got.
Nothing ever happened.
Yeah, and then like day 12, like somebody walks by and they look all happy. Oh, maybe he wants to. No. He doesn't want to show.
Oh, he's just going to pick mango.
He's gonna go play golf. Maybe we should start a golf league. No, Jack. No, we need an army. Oh.
Oh. But people like golf.
And people like armies too, Jackie. You'll see. You'll see. All right. So, what did you want to say about Cindy? You said you had something.
That plot was like all hype and nothing shown.
You talking about the army thing?
Yeah, it was like 100. Like at least with the church, he did something.
Well, he half did something.
Like he got a structure up.
Yeah.
But the fucking army was like all talk and nothing.
Hey, they got 4 people. What are you talking about?
Oh, okay. Excuse me. And I thought like, ooh, they're gonna get the army and whatever. I'll drop it. Okay. What was the question?
Yeah, if I want to hear you ramble about how disappointed you are with the army, I'll go listen to our other podcasts.
I know. I think in our very first podcast, we talked about that.
Yeah.
That came up. So, yeah, it's a classic thing. Just like us making fun of Charlie and Claire. We do it 50% of the time.
We do. We do it half of every podcast. We make fun of Charlie and Claire, right? Right? I don't know. That's what some people say.
Yeah.
We'll leave it up to you guys to figure out what we're talking about. Let's go ahead. Did you have something big about Cindy?
Oh, that's right. What I wanted to say about Cindy. What were those people milling about? Why were they doing that? Like that seemed. It
seemed that they were on their way to the courtroom or wherever the verdict is going to be read. Mm-hmm. And they sort of saw Jack, and they were curious on why he's there, and maybe some of them may have recognized him, or someone may have said, "Oh, that's the doctor." Blah blah blah. I felt like they were sort of really curious about him. And at first, when they were all in the preview, when it's like we're here to watch, I thought it was like we're here to watch you in this cage because they're about to do something to you. Mm-hmm. But it seems like they were just sort of casually going to wherever they're going to watch, and they sort of saw Jack, and then that's why they were just kind of milling about. But
yeah. So you think they were there to watch Juliet's trial and execution?
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay.
I don't know if we would if they were going to watch her execution. I feel like that's really harsh, even for the others, especially since there's kids there.
Yeah.
But
I mean, do you think they bring the kids? I mean, even to the trial, isn't that odd?
Well, I think there's something very specific going on here in terms of why the others feel the need to have these people, some of which aren't, original others, or most of which, or all of which, aren't original others. I think there's some big reason. I think it's basically saying, you know what, this is how serious we are about our rules. She broke like the biggest rule ever or whatever, and this is what's going to happen, and this is what's going to happen to you. And so we need you guys to understand that. And I think that's why they brought the kids too, to teach the kids early on that, just like Alex knew, being, that young, that she, that's not what you do. That's our worst rule or something. So
right,
the worst thing to break.
So, she seems pretty okay with her position there. So what do you think they've told her? Do you have any theory on, what's gone on with her that's taken her from nice Cindy from the plane to, Cindy who's okay with the others?
I think whatever the reason that the others took them is why Cindy's okay with being taken.
Okay. Nice answer. That's sort of an answer.
I mean, I basically think that there is a quote unquote good reason why they were taken, and I think she's happy, and I think they made her understand, whether it was brainwashing or not, they made her understand the reasons that she should be with them, or specifically the kids at least. And I think, because I think if she wasn't comfortable with it, she would have said something to Jack or intimated something, or even may have tried to escape before, or something like that. So I think living with the others, there's a comfortableness there, and I think there behind that there's whatever big theory or ideology they have about taking people, she agrees with.
So you don't think you can really get into why she's like this without basically getting into what the others' deal is in general?
Exactly. I think at the end of the day, she's happy being with them. So
yeah.
And I think that goes to what whatever they're providing for her, and then the reasons why they're providing that. So
right. Okay. So one thing I want to point out with this scene, just my notes for future reference or something like that. We see the kids who are with the tail section. Right, we remember those.
And have to see the teddy bear.
The kid with the bear, of course. And they ask about Anna Lucia. If you needed a little more evidence, that's who they are.
Yeah.
And the bear which Echo and Jen saw when they were hiding, pursuing Michael with the barefoot others. And so also. The whispers occurred when Cindy was taken. So I just want to note that as piece of evidence number 2, that the whispers are connected to the others, and another piece of evidence that the others who are wandering around barefoot are the same as these others. So
yeah, I think there's a couple of reasons. At least in terms of the whispers being around Cindy, I think there's still some strangeness there, because from what we've seen, there's no real way that others can make those whispers unless they are just sort of around and are literally whispering, and it just seems supernatural. But that's not really the case. That would be weird if that's the explanation, but that's a reasonable explanation to a certain degree. I'd like to talk about why was the kid barefoot with the others. Now, my reason is that that was a time when we thought the others were always barefoot.
Right. So
that's the way they portrayed them. Because we questioned that before, like, where are they going? Why are they walking in the middle of the jungle? It seems to be sort of random, especially transporting the kids, and they had taken the kids, a while before that.
Right.
So
a long time before that,
and presumably the O-Town is sort of nowhere near where they were, because O-Town's way on the other side of the island. So where are they going? What were they doing? I guess we still don't know. But yeah, definitely that the kid was with he's with the others now, and so that was definitely the others then. In terms of the Whispers being connected to the others, specifically with Cindy's kidnapping. I do want to bring up this idea that the Whispers aren't a product of the others, but that they are connected to the others. Maybe some sort of warning or something. Which I don't really buy this theory, but just want to put it out there that whatever the Whispers are, maybe they're some sort of warning or message or something, and that's why they're sort of there around the time the others are about to strike, because some other force is trying to warn people.
Yeah. About the others specifically.
Yeah.
And I don't think it's airtight. It's just the fact that Cindy is with them, and they're, basically just like the end of season 2. The Whispers came, the others came. It's just like another time where you can link them, even if it's, there could be another explanation, and it could be something like that where it's not the others doing it, but it's there when the others come. Mm-hmm. For some reason, the island warns people against the others. I mean, that's still pretty weird and supernatural. I don't think they're just normal Whispers, or if they are, I mean, that would be very disappointing to me.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. Like it makes sense if they are, but it doesn't make sense if they are.
Yeah,
because it's just crappy. But I don't know. I mean, there's definitely been Whispers when we haven't seen others, so you can maybe state a case that they're not specifically a product of the others.
But we didn't see others in that scene either. Cindy we heard the Whispers and Cindy just disappeared. We never actually saw an other in that scene. But now she's with the other.
Maybe the Whispers took her and then the others rescued her.
Oh dear.
The Whispers took her to the bear cave.
Oh God, not that.
Hey,
I want to pretend like that didn't happen.
God, it did. Doesn't it seem like a dream, a really bad dream?
It does. It's like I had a bad dream about what Lost could be.
Yeah, like I had a bad dream about how Echo died and all that stuff, and that was it.
Yeah, like something. Yeah, something you would make up when because. Ugh.
Yeah.
What's the worst thing they could do? Have a polar bear drag it. It almost seems like something they would make fun of Lost for.
Yeah. That seems like something like Saturday Night Live would make a parody out of. Like, like they would do that as a parody of Lost.
Oh, that polar bear took Jack again. Like it just.
Yeah.
It just seems like ridiculous. Oh God, that episode doesn't exist to me.
Yeah, I agree.
It's dead. Anyway, I just in terms of the overall, what's the word, mythology, I guess I wanted to note those two little connections. I guess they're still not airtight, but it's at least sort of an evidence building thing. I guess.
No, we can definitely tie the others, Cindy and the Whispers in that scene. We can add that to the list that the Whispers are a product of the others, or at least definitely connected.
Somehow connected, yeah. Now, why are they there other times? I don't fucking know.
Telepathy.
Yeah, back to that.
I'll never let it go until Damon or Carlton tell me to stop.
Yeah, there is no telepathy.
You know what we should do? We should mail Damon and Carlton one of our podcasts.
Really?
Just send it to them.
You think so?
Yeah, let's just do it. They won't listen on their own.
You're right about that.
No, I mean, I'm kidding, because I don't think they would be like, oh, what's this? Oh, great, okay, I'm busy.
Yeah, they're really not going to listen. I wish they would, but they're busy with all. They can barely do their own podcast.
Yeah, that's true. I wish they would do more video podcasts. That was nice.
I did too. That was nice. I thought that was going to be what they did this whole season, and I was disappointed that they, never.
The same way you thought the beginning of the season, those good episodes are what's going to be the whole season.
Yeah, I guess I
No.
did. I guess I did.
No.
No.
Okay, so let's go back. Let's jump ahead to where we left off.
Right.
Which was Jack and Alex go to talk to the sheriff, which I guess makes Ben the mayor, right? I don't know. I don't know, I was just wondering.
To continue the metaphor a little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And Tom's the deputy.
Mm-hmm.
And Jack's the outlaw.
Mm-hmm.
Juliet is the proprietor of the saloon.
Yeah.
She's got all the food, and Alex is I don't know, she's the ranch hand.
Oh.
She's just the mischievous ranch hand.
Wow. Lost goes to the west.
Lost goes west. I like that. It has a little ring to it. Lost goes west. Oh, yeah.
What if the plane had landed in the old west?
Exactly. The plane flew through Aurora Borealis and went back in time. Something Stephen King would write. But then it'd be really good. Okay.
I hope so.
So Jack and Alex go and talk to the sheriff, and Alex gives him the letter, blah blah blah, and basically Juliet gets off the hook. The sentence has been commuted, and she's been ordered to be marked.
Mm-hmm. Which
at first I thought meant that when you said the sentence was commuted, I thought Alex is gonna die now in terms of Juliet's place.
Oh God!
Yeah, I was like, oh, what? And then when they were like, but she's gonna be marked. I was like, what? They're gonna mark Alex now? Like the way they said it, the way it came off, I was confused on what the pronoun was referring to. But of course it's Juliet. How boring is that? And then so the next scene, it was really easy, really quickly how they, wait, what am I trying to say? It was easy and quick how they wrapped up, how they resolved that little thing of Juliet sentencing.
Yeah.
I mean, it was like Jack went to talk to him, and then she got out, and that was it.
Yeah, it wasn't a lot of trouble.
Yeah. I guess it's like phoning in a call from the governor right before you're executed in prison.
Right, but with less drama.
Less drama, and no last meal.
But no last meal.
Probably would have had a grilled cheese sandwich.
Of course. But she doesn't make the sandwiches. She just puts the toothpicks in.
Who makes the sandwiches, Juliet? That's what I want to know. Who makes the sandwiches?
Tell me who makes the sandwiches.
Where do you get these toothpicks? They're mint flavored. I love it. Okay, so next scene, we're back we're flashed back to Phuket. Jack is, going outside. It's another lovely day in Thailand. Oh, look, the soda boy's running away. What's wrong, soda boy? What's wrong? I love you.
Oh, I just asked for 2 sodas.
I just want a soda. I give you extra money. Oh, but he ran away. Oh, well.
I thought you liked Dr. Jack.
I know. Dr. Jack. The plane. Oh, man. That'd be weird if he said that. Jack's like, what? It's like,
that would be really weird.
Nothing.
And then, yeah. The plane, yikes.
It's gonna crash. What plane's gonna crash? Oh, nothing. Buy a soda. Leave me alone. So the Phuket boys, as I like to call them,
the Phuket 5.
Yeah, the furious Phuket 5.
Phuket 5. The Phuket. Never mind.
Okay. They come and beat up Jack, and and my first question was, well, why did Archer have to tell them? I mean, did they find out some way? I wonder if it was just this idea that it's so meaningful to have this tattoo that they just sort of know they can, like, it just feels different. He just seems to be different now. His aura has changed. And like, you know, the way the little boy ran from him. I mean, I guess he was sort of running because he saw the guys come up behind him.
Yeah.
But it seems like, you know, it's like you can just look at the guy and tell something's different, and so I don't know. I'd like to think that
she was there. Like
I know she was there and blah blah blah, but I don't know.
It is weird. It doesn't seem like she should have told him, but whatever. She did, I guess. I don't know.
I guess maybe the brother was like, hey, like there's some ink gone, and where's the money? And he's like, and then she had to explain.
Oh, and Jack couldn't even be bothered to pay her?
Well, no, he's not gonna pay her.
Of course not.
He's just rich. How do you pay somebody when you're rich?
Oh,
you don't.
Yeah,
you don't stay rich by giving people money.
What's the point of being rich if you have to pay people?
I know. That's the thing. If you give people money, you won't be rich anymore.
Oh God.
Right, George Bush? I mean, what?
Zing!
So, I don't even know what that means.
I don't either, but somehow it's a grand political statement.
I know. We're all about the politics here at Lost Lowdown.
Mm-hmm.
Politics of Lost.
Lostatics.
And I guess I talked about this before, is, you know, what are the consequences of getting the tattoo? And I guess you just want to leave it at his getting beat up, right? Which, I mean, that seems to be the case so far. I think there's more. We'll see. I think there's more.
Oh.
I think that that Kate fell in love with Sawyer because Jack got the tattoo.
Oh boy.
Yeah, I think she chose Sawyer because Jack's got the tattoo.
Call
me crazy.
I don't think Kate even chose anybody. I think she's going back to Jack pretty soon.
We got to talk about that. I think that's in the scene coming up because Sawyer. Did we pass that scene too?
No, it's coming up.
Okay, I was gonna say they have a conversation I want to talk about because they seem to know what they're talking about, but I don't know what they're talking about.
Yeah, I don't either.
So anyway, the next scene, Juliet brings Jack some food, and you know we find that she's been marked, and it's this sort of florally kind of thing. I don't know what to make with that design. Have you seen anybody online talking about references to that design that she has?
Yeah, you know, I saw a couple places that claimed it's sort of an upside down Scientology cross.
Really?
Yeah. It's a little different, but I can see the resemblance. Which is it's basically the cross. The Scientology cross is the cross that you're used to from Christianity, but it has this X going crisscrossing where the cross part is, so it makes sort of a it
bisects all the quadrants.
Yeah, exactly. Divides it into eighths instead of fourths.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I'm looking at it now. It definitely it doesn't look like it's noticeably different, but it's similar to this. Definitely similar.
Yeah.
And there would be no reason. Why would they do that? Why would they have an upside down Scientology cross? That makes no sense to put that.
No, there's no reason, but I had to bring it up because everybody's talking about it.
Oh, God.
Mm-hmm.
See, and that's how Scientologists spread their message. I don't know what that means.
I don't either, but
that's how they do it. They input it into shows and make you look at it upside down. Then next thing you know, you're Tom Cruise.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So my other thing is, it's sort of this idea of a scarlet letter, or whatever. But how does anyone know that it's there? Like, what's the purpose of marking her in a place that no one is going to see?
And I wanted to point out, it's in the classic sexy tattoo place.
It's in that, that's where the girls get their sexy/slutty tattoos. No offense to any girls out there.
Like, the small in the back, that's such a classic place to get,
It's that sort of cliche. It's somehow a feminine place to get a tattoo. I don't know why. I mean, I guess guys get it in their upper back, and then women get the lower back.
I think it's feminine just because that's where women get them.
Yeah, but you wonder, why did they get them there?
Yeah, I know. Where did it start?
Yeah, chicken
some
and the
woman
egg.
did it, and then it became feminine.
Yeah, I don't know, but I thought that was interesting. Maybe because it's there, so like they don't have to put it on her every episode. I don't know.
Yeah.
But it's like, well, what's the point of getting marked besides the pain of it? Like, what's the point? I mean, because usually if you're gonna mark somebody, like in terms of a scarlet letter or something, it's the shame and pointing it out for other people to see. But no one's gonna see that, right. And obviously people are gonna know she's been marked. But why even mark her if it's just the fact that people know she was in trouble?
Yeah,
just let
maybe
know.
Maybe it's supposed to remind her. Maybe she's supposed to feel guilty.
She's not gonna see it. How's she gonna see it?
It's really hard to see, but I'm trying. I guess.
I don't think I've ever seen the small of my back.
Really?
I don't look.
Well, I'm sorry to hear that.
I got a vestigial tail. I try not to look back there.
Oh,
that's gross.
That's really gross.
Hey, that's how I was born. Okay.
Sorry.
Okay, that's not true. So that actually happens to people. It's not funny.
Mm-hmm.
Someone say something.
No, I agree.
Yeah.
I think it was just. I mean, I don't know what to do with that. It's. I almost think it's a throwaway thing. They wanted to give her some punishment, but they didn't want to kill her. And... They should
have had a symbol of a gun, with a circle and a line through it. Like, don't kill people. Like, that should have been her marking. Like, don't shoot people, Juliet. I don't know. I just want something that means something in terms of what she's done.
But we just have to. I'm sure it relates somehow if you just study it enough.
Oh, okay.
It's symbolic or something.
Oh, symbolic or something.
Yeah.
Okay, well, that's a good one.
Yeah.
Yeah, Iraq has weapons of mass destruction or something. I'll put my stock in that. But I do wonder if that symbol has any significance to them, and what that significance might be.
I do too. It seems it would. I mean, I don't know how they would select marking. If there's some standard procedure, or if that holds some meaning for them, or I mean, yeah, it doesn't seem like it would be arbitrary.
Yeah, well, if I was in that culture and responsible for coming up with what I marked people when they shot other of my people, that's a long statement. What I would do, I would base it on something in our collective history, some symbol that relates to maybe the first person who killed another one of us, or the person who's known, like maybe Cain or something, someone who's known for being bad or something. That's what I would do. So presumably that symbol means something in terms of their whatever their sort of quote unquote culture is, and what their belief system is, and it's supposed to remind her of that, or make her sort of akin to that.
Mm-hmm.
Well, good podcast. No, we got some more scenes here.
I mean, I agree. I don't. It's hard for me to know what to do with that, because, like I said, part of me feels like it's just not going to matter that much.
Yeah.
It's just something they threw in to have something happen to her.
And so that Jack can be all tender and rub aloe on her.
Oh, and our hands came this close to
We touching. Almost touched. And then we resisted.
Would that we could touch more.
Would that we can touch more, for yonder window breaks in the light of the morning. What? All right.
That was what I was going to say. Thanks for finishing my thought there.
Yeah, no problem. I've got telepathy.
Ooh.
So,
well, I can whisper.
Well, together. Oh, we have the best of both. Now we just need to kidnap some kids and eat grilled cheese.
That's all that's left.
So, I guess that means that they're not vegan, huh? I don't know. I guess at least they know Jack isn't. But what if he was?
What do you mean? What are you talking about?
The fact that they gave him grilled cheese.
Oh. Nobody's vegan, man.
Nobody's vegan on TV, dude. It's the kind of drama you don't want to deal with.
Well, and in real life, very few people are. So
Yeah.
it's representative of the population. You can assume someone's going to eat a grilled cheese. And not only that, stranded on a desert island, I mean, what are you going to do?
Abstain from eating animal products. or corrupt yourself morally. Which one,
Hold to your ethical beliefs. Hello?
Exactly. Uphold the value made to yourself and the universe. Thank you.
I just feel like, especially like with a boar or something. Like, if you go hunt a boar, to me that doesn't, I don't know, violate the principles. But that's me.
Wow. I guess you don't have the metal to withstand it if you were on an island. Okay, that's fine.
Mangoes don't have enough protein.
But coconuts do.
Coconuts. Did they even have coconuts?
I don't know. I hope not. I don't like coconuts.
Oh. I do, but not a lot.
Well, so they say, we're going to make sure Ben keeps his word. How? Mm-hmm. Together. I wish they would have said that at the same time. Together. It's so sappy that I just...
Together.
We'll make him keep his word. Together. We'll build a new world.
Perfect. That's Lost the Musical. Let's go.
Lost the Musical, man.
Jack and Juliet. Their duet. Oh, man.
This aloe feels so good, but not as good as freedom. All right.
Oh, God.
But freedom comes at a price. Okay. I can go on for a while.
Yeah, I know.
So, I do like that response that he said together because it's really not an answer, of course.
No.
But I don't know, something about that. I like, well, together we will. We'll figure it out somehow later.
Mm-hmm.
We'll just do it. Now that we both went off, but it's like, how are you going to, seriously, Jack, seriously. Great answer. How are you going to make sure he keeps his words?
Yeah, I don't see how two of them will make him keep his word where one of them wouldn't.
Yeah, exactly.
I
guess between the two of them, they have all the sort of medical expertise that's available. So if anything else happens to Ben, and they both say no, then maybe that's how they can stave up. I mean, if he gets any more medical problems, I mean, Jesus Christ.
Enough. God.
Well, now he's not. The stitches aren't infected anymore, but he's got cholera. How did he get cholera? Well, it came with the polio.
Oh no. I just for I don't know, reality. I don't think there's any way Jack's leaving the island. Not until the end of the show.
You mean the main island?
I mean, yeah. I don't think there's any way he's going back to America.
If he gets off, I don't think so either. But if he does get off before the show ends, it's either going to be a situation where they're writing in a sort of a new lead character, like someone else is going to take the reins, or he comes back for them or something.
Yeah, that's possible, but I don't think he's going anywhere. Whether it's because Ben doesn't keep his word or some other circumstance arises where he basically can't keep his word, I don't think Jack's going anywhere. Now Juliet, I think, could possibly leave. I think she has the potential to leave. But I don't know how it's all going to play out, but I don't think there's any way Jack's going anywhere, not for a long time.
Well, and here's the other thing. I mean, if Juliet leaves, from the beginning of this season, they've been writing Jack and Juliet and this relationship and their feelings for each other and all this stuff, and amidst the drama and chaos. I think by the time she leaves, as she leaves, like, she's really going to care for Jack. And do you really think she'll just leave and sort of never look back, never try to, like, get help or tell somebody what's going on? Or, do you think she'll just leave and try to and go to have, like, some sort of normal life back in America and forget all those people who are stranded and kidnapped and taken on the island, like, I mean, obviously there could be a circumstance where she wants to come back and help or bring outside help, but she can't, for whatever reason. But I don't know. I just don't see her just like leaving. I don't know. Maybe she would though.
I don't think she's gonna leave. I just think she has a better chance of leaving than Jack does.
I sort of feel like she would leave though, because I mean, what else is she gonna do? I feel like she's gonna be out. She's gonna be out of favor with the others. So I mean, and then she's not gonna come back to the main camp.
Yeah, that'd be really weird.
Crazy.
Desmond and Juliet in the same camp. That's
God. Hey, Penny. I mean, oh.
Oh.
Oh, bollocks. Oh, bollocks.
Bollocks. Oh, God. So, yeah. Anyway.
All right. So, we talked about that whole thing. So, she basically said, then she says, in a few minutes they'll be coming for you. Which let's talk about what that means. They'll be coming for you. All of them. Your friends know where we are, so we have to leave this island and go back to where we live. Okay. When he says they'll be coming for you in a few minutes, she doesn't mean like the rescue party, right?
No.
Because they're definitely not coming in a few minutes.
Yeah. No, they're really not. They're much more than a few minutes away.
She basically means they're coming for you in terms of the others are coming for you, all of them. But it's just weird because it seems like when she says your friends, it seems like she means like the they that are coming for you. But I guess they're just two separate statements.
The weird thing is she switches from referring to the others as them to the others as we.
Yeah.
And that makes it kind of awkward, but I think that's what she's doing.
Yeah.
It doesn't make sense. Kane's are going to be here in a few minutes. Come on, Jack, let's go.
Yeah, exactly. And I'm like, how do you know that?
Yeah, that would be really crazy. Because they're not even trying to go. And
then Jack goes, go where? And Juliet, well, Ben calls it home. Well, what do you call it?
Yeah.
Since you're making you're denoting that you don't necessarily think it's home. What do you call it, Juliet?
Maybe she doesn't think of it as home because she still thinks of home as where she came from.
Yeah, no, I'll buy that, but I think it's interesting to understand what she calls this place.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't care what Ben thinks, in terms of being Jack, I think Jack would rather know what she thinks, right? He's talking to her.
Probably. I figured she would think the place where we live, something like that.
Yeah.
I mean, something along the same lines, but not like, this isn't my home. This is just where I have to live right now.
Yeah, and maybe they're just re-emphasizing the idea that Ben has been there all his life or something.
Yeah,
and it's his
like
home.
Oh.
So, I wanted to question this whole idea of leaving the mini island. I think it's a bad tactical move, and here's why. If they stay on the mini island, it's more secure, right? It's because it's a smaller area, so it's more secure to sort of defend. And they can see anyone who's coming for them from the main island.
Wait, not if they hijack the sub.
Okay, which I want to talk about the sub.
Good.
But presumably they can't hijack the sub because they don't even know they have a sub.
But they'll find out and they'll take it.
Okay, well, whatever.
I want that sub.
But they have secure industrial strength buildings, i.e. the Hydra, which some of those hatches you can lock and you cannot open from the outside. You know what I mean? I just feel like it's more secure on the mini island. It makes more sense to stay there. If they take them to their home, the Losties are going to go to the mini island, see no one is there, and then go search for their home and go find where O-Town is. Their bastion of socialist utopian glory. So to me, I mean, I understand it's a writing thing. I understand we're done with the mini island. We're going to go back to where they live. Blah blah blah. But just in reality, it doesn't make sense.
There to some extent, I think.
It does what?
It makes sense to me that they know they're there. You know, they know. Kate and Sawyer know where the mini island is.
Yeah.
And they don't know where the others live.
But it's a matter of time before they find it.
I guess it is, yeah. Yeah, I don't know.
And they have guns. The Losties don't have that many guns. These guys have rifles and shotguns and stuff.
Right.
They could defend
as we all
so
know, they
easily.
outnumber the Losties by 2-1.
Exactly. And they could defend that mini island so easy. And then here's the other question, and I chalk that all up to it's just a plot thing. We need, because I'm tired of the mini island. Everyone's tired of the mini island. Let's leave. Why not just give Jack up at this point? They know that the friends are coming for him, and it's like why not just let him go?
Well, because Ben has to use him.
Ben has to use him for what? To
work through his recovery.
That's what
this whole thing was about.
Yeah, that's true. He does have to do that, but it's like, why? I don't buy the work through recovery angle. I'm like, kill the infection and the stitches. You're done. What is he gonna do? Give him physical therapy and make sure he can walk and stuff for the next couple weeks or something? Like, that's ridiculous.
I don't really know anything about recovery from a serious surgery like that. I'm willing to believe that Jack would be advantageous to have around. That's not preposterous to me. The other thing is, that was the deal. His deal was...
Well, that was the second deal.
Deal number 2, yeah.
What?
But that's the deal in this episode. If he's if he's just gonna let Jack go, I mean, it's just the whole thing's ridiculous.
Well, to me, it seems like Jack played up the need for him to be involved in the recuperation process, the recovery process. I really feel like he's playing that up. It's not as important as it is, because I feel like he would have mentioned that before, that like, hey Ben, I can do the surgery, whatever, and then you're gonna let me go, but then who's gonna take care of you? Like Jack never mentioned the fact that the possibility of this like recuperation time, this downtime, like it just came up just now that that it works in his favor, So that's to me. I feel like he's sort of playing that up. I mean, I feel like even Juliet would have known, that after some sort of surgery like that this could happen. So I don't know. I just feel like Jack is becoming a liability. Like you weigh these hostile people finding our home versus me needing Jack to help me recover. Like And I guess he's like, I'd rather have Jack, and I guess they won't find us. I don't know.
I mean, I feel like once he's like fully recovered, he'll be willing to let Jack go.
But he won't.
But I think for now, he's gonna keep him around until he feels like he's gonna be safe on his own.
Yeah. It's just weird. I think it plays out sort of strangely.
Yeah, I mean, it comes up pretty strangely, but I don't know. It does seem like nobody was aware that this was going to be a problem.
Mm-hmm.
Like, even Jack didn't even really know. But, I don't know. I can still believe it to some extent.
Yeah. The next scene, Kate and Sawyer, and she finds out that Sawyer let Carl go, and we get into this strange conversation about guilt, and she's like, he could have led us back to where they live, and he says, well, you think I cut him loose because I'm sensitive? He's a target. Ben's never going to stop looking for him, which is one of those statements characters have in movies and TV that it's like, you're just saying that. Like, Ben let him go. I mean, why would he let him go just to try to find him again later? The deal could have...
that was... Like, Ben didn't even specifically let him go. I'm not even clear on what Ben knows about that whole situation, because that was like a side issue. Like, he said to help Sawyer and Kate go, like, help Sawyer and Kate escape, and, at the end, Alex was about to leave with Carl, and then Juliet was like, we know your father, and... the only way he'll let Carl live is if you blah, blah, blah. But I don't think Ben ever said that, like, personally.
Well, but what I'm saying is, like Juliet said, the only way he'll let Carl live is if you stay here. So I mean, I think after that, Ben knows that Carl left with them. I mean, obviously, especially since the I forgot the guy's name that was guarding Carl, whatever. I mean,
Aldo.
Aldo. I mean, all that stuff funnels up to Ben. So he knows what happened. But this idea that he's never going to stop looking for him, I mean, maybe that's true. But the fact that Sawyer says
you were saying like he ordered it. That was supposed to be my point.
Oh, okay. Yeah, no, he didn't order it. But this idea that he's never going to stop looking for him might be true, but I don't know why Sawyer thinks that's true.
I agree.
Juliet didn't even say that. Juliet didn't intimate that.
I'm like,
to Sawyer, so.
You talked to Ben like once. Like, you don't know. You don't know anything. I don't know. I mean, I sort of believe him on some level, but I don't think you should say that.
And then Kate comes back with what I think is true. All Ben wants is Carl away from Alex.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know. Maybe Ben might want Carl. I mean, obviously Ben doesn't want Carl dead, or Carl will be dead. He
right.
wanted to sort of change him or whatever.
Yeah,
but at the very least, he wants him away from Alex, which he is. So I don't know. I think it's just a crappy line from Sawyer. But
yeah.
And then we get into this whole like guilt thing, and should I walk beside you 10 paces behind you? You've been telling me what to do. I can't think for myself. And he's like, don't take it on me because you feel guilty. Now here I get really confused about this conversation. She goes, I don't feel guilty, and Sawyer says, the hell you don't. Kate says, we have to leave Jack behind. I didn't have a chance. Then Sawyer says, I'm not talking about leaving Jack behind. I'm talking about you and me. I know you did it because you thought I was a dead man. Okay? And let's stop there. He's basically saying, what? I know you told me you loved me because you thought I was dead? Is that what he's saying?
I thought he was saying, I know you had sex with me.
Okay. Well, that's almost the same thing, right?
To some of us, I suppose.
At least to the women folk. No. Okay, yeah. No, I'll buy that. Okay. But then why does he say, so don't beat yourself up because the doc's behind, because the doc's left behind? He already said it's not about the doctor, and then he brought the doctor in to his rationale. And I'm like, what? You already said it's not about leaving Jack behind, and then you say, don't beat yourself up for leaving behind.
Yeah, there's something wrong with that sentence. Is he saying, maybe he's saying, so don't, okay, this transcript's messed up. And maybe he's saying, so don't beat yourself up because the doc's left behind. You know what I mean?
What?
Maybe he's saying, so don't beat yourself up because the doc's left behind. Like, two thoughts.
You can't have two thoughts when you have that because right there. You can't. The because is because of the first part. Even if you put a pause in there. Because otherwise, because the doc's left behind is just a fragment with it doesn't mean anything.
Yeah, I agree.
Because the doc's left behind, I mean, it's like, what, Sawyer? Finish your sentence. Yeah, I don't know. But, okay, so basically, so he's thinking she feels guilty about sleeping with him. What? Wait. She feels guilty about leaving Jack behind because she slept with Sawyer, or she feels guilty about sleeping with Sawyer because she left Jack behind. Neither one makes sense to me.
She feels guilty about sleeping with Sawyer because she left Jack behind.
Well, it seems like she should feel guilty about sleeping with Sawyer because she loves Jack. The end. Not only that, she left Jack behind.
Yeah.
That makes sense. Not that she feels guilty because she slept with him, because she should feel guilty whether or not she left Jack behind or not. And maybe that's what Sawyer's saying. It's not the fact that Jack was left behind, but that you slept with me and you didn't, whatever, you thought I was dead man. But the way it comes off, it doesn't make any sense. But maybe that's what he means, though. I'm not talking about him being left behind. I'm just talking about him being in the picture at all.
Yeah.
Maybe that's what that means.
But the fact that she did leave him behind maybe makes it worse.
Oh, I see. Oh, I think I get it. Okay, yeah. It's you feel guilty not because you left him behind, but because you slept with me and didn't mean it or whatever. You thought I was dead. So don't beat yourself up because you left behind, because that's not really why you should be feel guilty.
Ah, there you go.
Don't beat yourself up because you left the doctor behind when you really should be beating yourself up because you slept with me only because you thought I was a dead man.
Right.
So it's weird the way it comes off, but I guess that's what he means.
Yeah, I think you're right. That's more or less how I took it.
Oh, really? You didn't say that 20 minutes ago when I brought it up.
That's what I was trying to say by separating the sentences.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay. I don't buy that, but is your name Henry Gale also? Huh? You want to tell me some other lies? I
came for you.
I came for you. Shut up. Oh, man.
Wonder if that's ever coming up again.
Good. I hope not. It's weird. I feel so estranged from so many of the characters.
Me too.
It's been such a long time since I've seen those people, since they've done anything of substance, that it's like, what, you're still on the show? Like,
I know. It's all about Jack Kate Sawyer and the others.
Has Jen had a line this season?
Yeah. In the Glass Ballerina.
Oh, God.
Yeah. Yeah. They actually, Son and Jen fared better than some other characters.
Rose and Bernard, have they been in the...
Not a single one.
Nice.
Not even a line.
Bernays.
Bernays, yeah.
Rosard.
Rosard. Wow. It's quite a name.
Rosard. Rosario, almost.
Almost.
So the last scene we get, or one of the very last ones, is they're leaving. The others are leaving. It's very I don't know. It reminds me of that scene in Lord of the Rings when the elves are leaving their elven homeland because the evil forces are spreading. I don't know, and they all sort of set sail for wherever the elves go. But it just reminded me of that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I didn't think of that, but sure, why not?
Yeah, exactly. Good movie there. Good series
Literary
of movies.
references are always good.
Yeah. Oh, were they books too?
Oh, sorry, I forgot you were first.
Yeah, I did. Are the movies based on a book?
Yeah, no, I think they're like novelizations.
What?
Never mind.
All right, I was trying to make a joke, and I think you tried to make a joke, and
I tried to make a joke. You tried to make a joke.
Our jokes clashed, and we didn't understand.
It's like in Ghostbusters when they cross the beams.
Yeah, exactly. It just
causes the world to end.
Wraps around each other, and don't cross beams.
Oh God, sorry.
Okay, I can't help but thinking of crossing swords, but I won't talk about that.
Oh dear.
Just that phrase, crossing beams, crossing swords. Anyway,
I think they made that association explicit in the movie.
Yeah, I think that's for another podcast.
All right.
That one is explicit. So.
Oh, whatever. Penis.
Well, you can say that. That's a clinical word. And I'm not going to dare you.
I don't think I've ever been able to say that before, so that's a first.
Oh, well. Breakthroughs here on the Lost Lowdown. Psychological breakthroughs. All right. So, Isabel comes and she tells him what it means. He walks amongst us, but he's not one of us, or at least what she thinks it says, and or what she claims it says. And then he says, "That's what it says. But that's not what it means." And then he walks away.
Boom! I'm out.
Yeah, exactly. He did it. He intimated a boom. I'm out. Audi 5000, bitches. I don't know. I saw that somehow in his eyes. The sparkle in his eyes said, "Boom, in your face, Isabel." Sheriff know it all.
Yeah, he doesn't give her a chance to have some kind of smart response.
Yeah,
he's just gonna walk away because
she's
the last word.
She's the kind of person that would have said, "Well, what do you think it means?"
Mm-hmm.
And he didn't give her a chance because he doesn't know.
He has no idea.
I think he does though.
I don't.
So
I
anyway,
think he knows more about what they mean now than he ever did.
oh God. I forgot what I was gonna say. Okay, so anyway, Jack rows out to the big ship with Ben. So my big point here that I made a note of was that there's no submarine.
Yeah.
And I guess I was thinking that someone in Ben's condition you don't want to put in a submarine.
Yeah.
The pressure and all that stuff. You probably don't want to put him in there, but they had a fairly big ship.
Yeah, they did.
Bigger than the one that they took Walt on.
Definitely.
And bigger than Desmond's boat.
Which answers a question I had a while ago about whether they have another boat besides Desmond's.
It does. It does answer that question.
And the answer is yes.
The answer is yes. A little suspense there. What's the answer?
It was.
The answer seems to be yes, but they're pausing. Maybe there's some other answer.
I don't know what to think anymore.
So, anyway, Ben is so vulnerable in this episode. He's just on his back, on his side the whole time, and just so almost 180 from how we know him usually.
Yeah,
and it's sort of in this slow decline, I guess.
Yeah,
of his seemingly impenetrable veneer, but So, we got the next scene. Sawyer and Kate are making their way through the jungle. Is this part of the montage?
The montage.
Yeah, which is reminiscent to that sappy song montage they did in season 1.
Yeah.
But instead of the sort of poppy song, they just do this
regular
epic type. Well, it was sort of epic kind of music though. To me, it felt like this could have been the last episode, the way you saw everybody doing stuff, and they're looking at the stars together, and
right.
The couples are ending up. You see all the couples together, Jack and Juliet, and Carl and Alex, and then Kate and Sawyer, and it's everybody's happy. Big end, and then it's lost.
Right.
It was the first time it didn't go lost.
Right.
It's just lost.
Lost.
But
yeah, I think what I was trying to say is that it's film score music. It's symphonic. It's not a crappy, we're gonna be okay because we're living on the beach. And
we got fruit and vegetables.
that. I hate those. This
sounds
was tolerable.
This sounds like classic rock, though. They're never. I said that sounds like classic rock. It's never classic rock.
It had this kind of... Yeah, I know. It's not quite right, but there's something there.
Well, my last question of the episode, in that little scene with Kate and Sawyer walking through the jungle, making their way back to base camp, how did they make those torches?
Oh, they found them.
Oh, okay. They picked up a doll and there was 2 torches underneath.
I didn't even think about that.
Yeah, because, in order to make a torch like that, you've got to... I've never made a torch, but you got to presumably soak that cloth.
What?
I know. I graduated from torch making school, and I didn't have to make one torch, dude. I cheated my way through the whole class. Yeah, anyway, I always feel the need to qualify things like that. I don't know. I feel the need to say, I'm not a torch expert. But anyway, so presumably the material that they wrap around the top of the stick, which is what keeps the flame going, is soaked in something flammable.
Mm-hmm.
But how they did that, I'll never know. Where they got the material, where they got the flammable substance. The sticks I'll buy. They were in the jungle. Okay.
Sure, they can get sticks. Yeah.
I'll give them that much and nothing else.
Yeah, and how do they light them? That's not.
Yeah, easy. Lighting. You can make. Obviously she presumably made the fire from maybe the old Boy Scout trick with the sticks or maybe some flint.
Yeah.
And so she would have to light it from. It's the kind of thing where you're not supposed to think about it, and that's why we're thinking about it.
Yeah. Yeah, it didn't occur to me, but they really shouldn't have the materials to pull that off.
No.
I don't know where they would get, especially the stuff to dip it in. Like,
Yeah.
that's crazy. I don't think there's anything naturally occurring that would light like that.
I was trying to think of any plant or animal product, that they could get that could do that. And I can't think of anything that would sort of burn consistently like that.
Yeah. They were nice, classic season 2 torches.
Exactly. They were like, it was like Plato's forms. It was like the form of a torch.
Yeah.
That is a torch. Nothing is more perfect a torch than that.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, they were very, very good torches. Looking down into the hatch for the first time torches.
Yep.
Everybody had torches.
It's all about the torches.
I don't know what they were using either. I guess they could have, like, gas from the plane. Thank God for gas smugglers.
Thank God for gas smugglers. Oh man. Can you believe that even though the plane crashed and blew up, there was still a lot of gasoline left just sitting in the something?
Good old season 2 game.
And Son is like, yeah, I can't believe it. That's where I found the pregnancy test. In a pile full of gasoline.
Oh God. Wow. I don't even know how they did those.
Yeah, I'm actually sort of amazed that we've never questioned that before.
Yeah, they had torches like going way back before they even got in the hatch.
Yeah, I don't know how they did that.
Wow.
If anyone out there knows how to make torches from materials that you can have that they would have, let us know. Because I feel like there's some sort of like, I don't know. I could see Locke like rendering animal fat or something, and like using that or something. But I don't know.
Or maybe like some sort of boar organ oil.
Yeah, like you get some sort of oil from boiling some part of the ore or something.
Or fish or some kind of oil. Yeah.
Yeah.
But like, come on. I guess, yeah. Locke, he can do everything, right?
Well, not these days.
Not these days. I think we're gonna see him again sometime.
Well, it'll be good.
Yeah.
Man, I can't believe we talked this long about this episode.
Yeah.
I thought this was going to be about 2 hours.
It was not 2 hours. Yeah, it was a lot of little tidbits, and they added up, I guess.
Yeah, we went off on some tangents a little bit.
We did, but it was one of those episodes that allowed tangents.
Yeah. Well, we did spend what is this, like almost a 5-hour podcast? So I mean, we spent two and a half hours talking about Charlie and Claire.
Yeah.
So
you're right. Good point.
Yeah.
I forgot. That's pretty much all we do.
Well, half the time that's all we do.
Yeah.
Is ridicule Charlie and Claire, right?
You would think it would be hard to do it for that long.
You know what? It's easy. They're easy targets, apparently.
Yeah. Oh, man. Wow. That was interesting. So, did you see Next Time on Lost?
I didn't. I totally did not see that. Maybe I should go watch it now.
Sorry to hear that. I think you might want to watch it. It seems like there's a scene from Next Week on Lost that's been in Next Week on Lost for the last, 3 weeks.
Yeah, it's weird. I don't know how they're cutting these things together.
They keep, having this scene. It's it can't occur yet. And they keep saying...
They keep trying to make it, it's gonna happen next week, we promise.
Yeah. And I almost feel like it won't happen next week, but it probably will.
Yeah. Yeah, the promo was really interesting. I mean, basically, the big things, we, like you said, we see that scene of Kate trying to convince them to go back for Jack. Charlie's apparently going to do something proactive about his death sentence. He makes Hurley tells him, it's dangerous, and he goes, what does he say? Victory or death or something. So he's going to seems like he's going to do something. Vincent finds an old, dead arm with a key of sorts at the end of it, and then Hurley is driving in classic Hurley fashion, crazily driving this old VW bus thing. and presumably that's what the key was to. And it's out of control, man! Somebody stop this crazy bus! Like, God, Hurley. And then we see some shots of the others, stuff like that. So it looks like it's going to be interesting. What was the other thing in there? That was it, right? Nothing about Jack.
It was like Kate and Locke and Saeed, maybe with guns.
They're in a sort of almost like in a little clearing of sorts, and they got their guns pointed, and either they're pointing it at the others or they're just sort of got startled by something. I think they just got startled by something, and
yeah, probably knowing the promos.
Yeah,
they love doing that.
They do love doing that.
We promise, guys, lots of drama. Tune in, please.
Could you even? Okay, well, I'll ask you that in a second. But so that's it for the promo. Anything else you want to say about the promo?
Nah.
Okay. Back to the episode. What do you think the three mysteries were?
Oh, in the official podcast, Damon and Carlton pretty much dispelled the notion that there would be three mysteries revealed.
Oh, yeah?
They said you can pretty much count on Jack's tattoos getting a treatment. Everything else, well, that's about it.
Did you say that before?
No.
Oh, sounds familiar.
It was someone left that as a comment on our page.
Oh, okay. It sounded familiar.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I don't remember who that was, but it might have been 420, but I don't know.
You don't have all of our fans memorized in your head.
Sorry.
God.
I mean, I have them memorized, but I don't memorize what they say.
Oh, really? Okay, so what they say is meaningless to you.
Well, you said it.
All right. So I think that's it for the podcast.
Yeah, I agree.
So,
we'll be back next week.
We'll be back next week. Again, you can't get rid of us, guys. As long as there's Lost, there'll be a Lost Lowdown.
That's right.
Which one of our fans who recently emailed us said that our podcast is like a very long car ride with great friends. I don't know. Or what did he say? Yeah, the conversations that we have is like conversations he would have on a very long car ride with great friends, and I thought that was very apt and poetic. And
poetic.
It made me cry a little.
And poignant.
And respecticant. Yeah, I said it.
Okay.
All right, thanks for listening, guys. You guys know how to contact us. Our website, thelostlowdown.blogspot.com. Email lostlowdown@gmail.com. Join our Frapper map if you're not on it. We did have two other announcements, one of which I remember. Maybe you'll remember the other one.
Oh, good.
I remember there was two things. Tracking how many listeners a podcast had is there's only so many ways to do that. There's 3 ways to listen to our podcast. You can download it from our website. You can subscribe to us via like iTunes directly through our like FeedBurner feed, or you can subscribe to us like via iTunes through our through the what's it called?
Lost Podcasting Network.
The Lost Podcasting Network. And the thing about the Lost Podcasting Network is we get, our podcast is downloaded every time someone downloads something from the Lost Podcast Network. Obviously, when we have something, they get that, but we don't necessarily know how many people are listening to us because that isn't factored in. So, our little request is that anyone who is, a fan of the show, if you could go to your iTunes or however you subscribe, and specifically subscribe to our FeedBurner podcast versus subscribing to us through the LPN, that would give us a better track of how many of you guys out there are that are specifically subscribing to us and listening to us, and just because we're interested in that. So the link for our FeedBurner podcast is on our webpage, so you can just get. FeedBurner feed is on our webpage, and so I think that's all you got to do is use that instead of the LPN if you found us from the LPN. Hopefully, it's not too much trouble to do, and that'll give us a better estimate of our numbers. Do you remember the other thing we were going to mention?
No.
Okay.
I remembered that one as you were saying it, because I didn't even remember that one.
Yeah, I remember there was another thing that we were like, we should mention that in our podcast.
Yeah, you're right.
I don't remember what it was, but that's okay.
Start writing those things down.
Well, if we wrote everything down. Okay.
All right.
Well, thanks again for listening, guys. We really appreciate it. Hopefully, you guys enjoyed the podcast. We'll be back next week. You do too.
I know you said we, but
you enjoy the podcast?
No, you said we really appreciate it, and then I said I do too. Sorry.
Yes, me and Claude appreciate it, and then Justin also appreciates it.
Right. Exactly.
My ego
I guess I felt like it was only coming for you. I wanted to put my own appreciation in there.
Well, my ego is so big, I'm two people, so.
Oh, okay. Forgot about that.
It helps when I go in the carpool lane. Haha. Wah, wah.
Yeah.
All right, guys. That's it for us. Enjoy your week. Enjoy this Wednesday's loss. We'll be back with another episode. Thanks and namaste.
Namaste and good luck.